all day. This May, the T20 2024, and this Around the World on Life is me. Yeah, it only comes round once a year here in Chester Street in the Vitality T20 Blast. So say it's well to be done again, your wherever in the world, whether here in the UK, West New Zealand, India, Israel, across the world, well, Durham, all places ever, you can watch every single sport, every single shot, and every single all does walking night. That includes every single second of our day. Durham against Yorkshire. So back, relax, enjoy the veritable feat of kit is going to give away this Friday evening, UK time. Andy Smith, and as always, miss the next half hour or so, you're going to have a plenty to come in. Our different studio, have special guests, have highlights, and of course, for you, it's a game, massive game, rather, Mr. A, the Vitality T20 Blast. We have swap here from you as well, so you get to this on YouTube in the comment section, and of course, on Twitter, you hashtag Paul No. We always want to hear if anyone watching Durham live at the course of the season won't hear. One look, well, we've heard from all the way through so far, Blues. You much had one in both camps, but I am not questioning loyalties this evening. Mr. Steve Harris, how are we going? All right?
Yeah, we're not bad, Andy. I'm looking forward to tonight. The sun's, I think the sun's, not only has the sun come out, there's actually some heat in it. We've had it before, but it's freezing. I think it's the first time. I think it was the longest day. Yeah, this one's been the best so far. So not only that, Yorkshire, I mean, the 1, 2, 3, 4 of Yorkshire is international 1, 2, 3, 4. So they had a good result last night. They played last night at Headingley, so they've had a track up. Yeah. In Durham, off the back of a good win against top of the table Lancashire, so they're both in decent form.
Let's wait to see that golden ball of sun that's in the sky. That normally doesn't really happen in the northeast of England. When Chris, you do hit report and actually free there for shit.
Yes, it was nice. We're missing pitch. Everyone will go away here because I'm going to talk about it for a minute. The actual penalty pitch.
Yeah, hold it off for now.
Is the Lancashire wicket, which was 218 first innings, but that was largely down to the fact there was a howling wind across the ground. So there was always, there was 10 overs with a big wind, short boundary. I don't think it's going to be as good a pitch tonight. Yeah. But I think both teams, will enjoy batting on this surface, especially in front of what will be, I would imagine, a very, very big crowd.
Yeah, massive crowd expected here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Just before we carry on talking about the cricket, you've been out golfing. We're going to hear from Scott Baltic as ever later on after we hear from the pitch report. Golfing with none other than Newcastle United. I'm going to alienate some fans here, aren't I, watching Newcastle United roll Shola Amiobi. Were there any apples inside?
No, I had a nice game of golf at Longest with Shola the other day. I was with Shea Given player. I drank Guinness with Shea, yes. Well, Shea doesn't drink now, but I drank enough for the two of us. So I was in God's country. I was in Ireland, the King of Ireland. I was with Shea Given. Yeah, when you talk about royalty, we're going to talk about Joe Root in a second.
Yeah.
Royalty for Newcastle, definitely Shea Given. So
absolutely.
To see him, that was good to see him over the last 3 days. So it's been a nice time playing golf. Yeah. I've just not been very good at it.
We won't go into detail, mate.
No,
don't you worry.
I don't really want you to go anywhere near details into it either.
Let's move away from the golf. Let's reflect back. Have you gotten over that Lancashire win? And be honest, how many times have you watched that Paul Coughlin catch?
The catch has been, obviously being on commentary at the time, the catch has gone obviously viral all around the world. I still can't believe, one, he caught it. And the other side of it is, I don't even want to speculate what could have happened if he didn't catch it. So I think it was a great bit of athleticism, a huge amount of luck that it stuck and got into the palm of his hand. Yeah. And again, it was a big last over from him. I think there's going to be a few changes to Durham's team tonight, and I'm not sure Coggers is going to play, but he held his nerve at the end, and you hold your nerve. They say 21 off the last over, and we've got a few bowlers with us tonight. And I mean, it doesn't matter how many that last over goes for. If it goes for 20, you still win. And, but fortunately, he held his nerve, went for 19, 2 sixes off the first 2 balls. So I think not only was a good catch, it was he held his nerve at the end to sort of see the game through, which is probably more special for Coggers and for the team.
It's a good point as well. We're always bowler laden in this Daft New studio, aren't we?
No, but it's a batsman's game. But bowlers, as Scotty will tell you when he comes in as captain. Yeah. You get your currency. You make money as a captain when you've got a good bowling attack. You really do, and we've got a good bowling attack tonight. Slightly bigger than what we were when we played the game, but we've got some skills when it comes to bowling. Even Gordon Mutchell got it down. I'm saying that. I reckon Gordon Mutchell's faster when he was playing than what I am now. So.
It's a big call.
No, it's not. I'm a big lad now.
When we get Gordon on comms, that's going to be an interesting little chat to have on comms later. Just looking ahead to Yorkshire, Derby Day, we make so much of it, don't we? Big crowd expected here. We're expecting big things from on the pitch as well. Just what does it mean to the players, though? Because we big it up in the media, we give it the big lick, but what does it mean to the players to go out against Yorkshire in the T20 format?
I think it means a little bit more because there's normally more people here.
Yeah.
I think that's what it does. When you play Yorkshire and Lancashire, you do get a bigger crowd.
Yeah.
Both counties get a huge following. I would imagine there'll be probably the biggest crowd of the whole T20 Blast series that we have here will be here, and I think that largely down to the fact that some of the players that are going to be on show, David Milan, some would argue should be in the Caribbean at this moment in time, playing on them pitches. Yeah. He's probably more suited to that England team than one or two others. You've got Shah Massoud, who be interesting to see if he plays because he had a concussion substitute last night. And I'm not sure what happens with that. And when you talk about run-outs, that was as run-out as you. That was more run-out than Johnny Bairstow. So I'll leave that one there with you. So I'll help all the Australian fans that we've got following. But you've also got Joe Root. Yeah. And for me, I think I'm still 50-50, heads or tails. I still think he's just going to share it by the time his career finishes, that he is the greatest player that's ever played cricket for England. He's definitely the best player I've seen in my lifetime, between him and Kevin. But I think Root, when his numbers finish, and it's going to be his last game domestically this summer. Yeah. He's going to go off and play Test cricket, and I've already seen him. He's walking up and down the stairs, signing autograph after autograph after autograph. You think he is a very, very good player. Yeah. He's a better person, and that, for me, is why I think hopefully there'll be a big crowd here tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, we talked up David Bedingham a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? And Bedders went for a pretty low score. Hopefully, no offence to Joe Root personally, but hopefully we've done exactly the same in the Daft News studio today. Just one final one, Han, before we go out to the pitch report. What are your kind of finest memories from playing against Yorkshire, if you can remember back that far?
It was always good fun on the Western Terrace. I mean, going to Yorkshire when you played for England, if you didn't play for Yorkshire, you got booed. Yeah. You did. You got booed. And one-day cricket was always brilliant playing at Headingley. Yeah. It was. I keep telling this story. There was once I wasn't the best fielder in the world, and I dived over a ball that I really could have stopped when I was standing up, but it went straight through me. And I got the usual. Thomason, you're not very good, and Thomason, you're this and you're that.
The exact words used.
Yeah, not quite the exact words used, but it was crazy because it was Spider-Man, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I mean, that's what happens in Yorkshire. So it wasn't always the best and most friendliest place to go. So, but playing against them, we played in a couple of quarterfinals against them in the old Benson and Hedges at the time, and it was always nice when there was a couple of times Michael Vaughan left me out as England captain, and there was a couple of times straight after he left me out, Durham played Yorkshire and he was in the Yorkshire team, so that got me bowling a little bit faster as well. But it was always a nice challenge, especially going to Headingley. Headingley was a great place to play because you wanted to go and do well there because of the atmosphere and the amount of abuse you got. It spurred you on.
Plenty of tales to tell from the time against Yorkshire, and hopefully a big tale to tell from the pitch this evening here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Yorkshire, of course, the visitors to Chester Street for Derby Day. The big question is, how is the pitch looking? And I tell you what, there's only two people who can answer it. There's one sitting right here in Steve Harmison, and the other is Scott Borthwick, and both have been taking a look at the pitch here at the Seat Unique Riverside.
Well, it's the end of June and summer's finally here. We've got short sleeve t-shirts on, we don't need our coats today. The wind is not as bad as what it was against Lancashire. It's going more or less down the ground. This is the same pitch that was played against Lancashire. 218 was Durham's first innings score, and they managed to get just over the line. Red Ball captain Scott Borthwick alongside me. Scotty, what do you make of the surface since, what was that, 5 days, 6 days ago?
Yeah, look, I still think it'd be a good pitch, but obviously it is used. I think it will take a bit of spin. Obviously we've not seen any team news yet, but I do expect George Drizzle to come in to the side with that extra spin option. But they've got a tactic spot on last game against Lancashire, obviously won the toss and batted, which I fairly expect them to do the same again, I reckon, today.
And Yorkshire come off the back of just playing Lancashire. Lancashire stalled a bit, lost the last two games, one against Durham and one against Yorkshire. Yorkshire, a very, very strong side. Lyth, Milan, Massoud and Root is their top four. So they come into this game with a lot of confidence after winning the Roses match. What would you do? Would you go for win the toss, bat first, because you got nearly 220 in the last game?
I think so. I think you've got to bat first on here. Like I say, it is a used pitch. You'd only think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to get a bit more tired, probably spin a bit more, and also like the Ben Rain might get best used to with these slow balls and stuff. But so yeah, like I say, I'd definitely go bat first on this surface tonight.
Let's find out what happened when the captains had the toss.
And after Father's Day off, the badge is well and truly back in his rightful place here in the Daft News studio, and he's joined us now. Him and Harmy have jumped and skipped up from a very, very hot 24 degrees here in Chester Street. Scotty, great to have you back, fella. How was the day off?
Stressful. I was up in the box with the families, and there must have been about 15 kids running around. So I'd have much rather been here. I watched the first 10 overs, first 20 overs, I think, in the box, and it was too stressful. So me and the wife and the kids went home, and then I watched the last 10 overs on the stream. Heard you guys mention early on, it was a nervy finish, wasn't it? But yeah, it was a stressful day off, to answer your question, yes.
We'll come back to Lancs in a bit. I just want to kind of ask about tonight and how much it means to you. Obviously, Durham's Red Ball captain. What does playing Yorkshire mean to the Durham boys at home?
Yeah, it's massive because you play against them a lot as well. Like junior cricket, you play against them 3 or 4 times a year, so that rivalry starts back then. But yeah, I heard these guys talking about the fans early on. Like I remember playing at Yorkshire for Surrey actually, and I was getting so much stick, and they were throwing chips at me with ketchup on it. Like,
Nothing wrong with that.
It was honestly, I was standing there like.
I think I caught them.
But the stick you get when you play Yorkshire, Durham, honestly, it's the games you want to play in, and like hopefully the weather's continues to be amazing tonight because the fans will come out, and it's a great fixture to play in.
If anyone is actually watching this in the ground at the minute, we are not condoning any chip throwing with ketchup on at the City Unique Riverside, unless you're going to deliver it up to the Daft News studio, in which case we're absolutely fine with that, most certainly. A massive, massive night. Anyway, it started off well for Durham. We've won the toss. We've decided to have a bat. You two always end up talking to Lazy out in the middle. Did you advise that, or...?
No, we didn't. We didn't see him this time. So
I saw him in the dressing room actually, and I said, "You didn't listen to me and Harmy last time. You got to bat first tonight, mate." But now we looked at the wicket, and it does look like a bat first pitch, doesn't it? It looks like it'll probably deteriorate towards the end of the game. We've got 3 spinners in the side as well. So yeah, good decision, I think. We'll
come up with team news in a second, but we saw that total against Lancs. You know, clearing 200, the short boundary again tonight. Is it going to be a similar sort of attitude, Harmy, do you think, in terms of us batting first?
Yeah, I think obviously you attack the power play and then you reassess off the back of that. So the power play was excellent. Leesy got off to a good start, 30 himself, and then obviously Graham Clark kicked on 87, and then Betters had his 78. Yeah. So when you get off to starts like that, the total goes up. So you'll have you asked us a few games ago, and what's a good total on this surface? Yeah. I think you always start, especially here, you start with about 160, and then the power play. If you get a good power play, that 160 goes to 180, and then you carry on. I think the other night, the reason why I got to 2 and 210 and 218 was largely down to the wind. I think the wind, and I think obviously there was a bit of moisture around, so the ball was more difficult for the bowlers to get a hold of. This one I think will be a bit different. If Durham can get 160 to 180, I think second half here, especially as the pitch deteriorates and gets more and more on it, I think it will be a very, very difficult total to chase if they don't get off to a good start. And what they have is they've got starters. Leiden and Milan didn't fire yesterday, but they have done in this tournament so far. So just by seeing them pictures, Sean Masood's not playing because obviously David Milan was captain. So that for Durham is a huge bonus because Sean is a very, very good player.
A huge bonus for a team that, will be high on confidence, Scotty, after that Lancashire win in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and I think with their lineup, they will be confident. Like you've mentioned the stars at the top of the order. They will be confident, but... Talking about derbies, that one last night, Lancs, Yorkshire. I mean, that's a massive derby, isn't it? So to win that last night, they'll be coming back up north, probably full of confidence.
Well, we mentioned the team news. Let's see if we can bring it up on the screen because there has been some changes for Durham. Obviously, the big news coming in there: no Matthew Potts in there, no Ashton Turner either. The likes of Michael Jones returns, Baz Deleda in, got Ben Darshis back in there, and George Drissell as well. You're talking spin, aren't you, boys? You're looking at that and you're thinking, it's a spinner's pitch tonight. You've got to look that way. What's the thoughts on that starting lineup?
Oh, I think it was obviously with the wicket. It's like right, we want to try and bat first, which is job done. You've won the toss and you've batted, and then you want to get your 3 spinners into the game, second half really. But hopefully, like you say, that's the plan. We go and we smack it early on, and
But you've also got, in 48 hours, you've got a trip to Chelmsford, and you've got to go and
tomorrow morning, not 48 hours.
But you're going to start. You're going to start in 2 days' time at Chelmsford, so you've got to have one eye on that. And I think sometimes that's where the red ball and the white ball captain, the crossover, it's not who gets priority, but you've also got to look at the welfare of the player, and that's probably why
definitely.
Potsy's not.
I
playing.
mean, yeah, as a red ball captain, I'm quite pleased to see no Potts on that side tonight. But look, he's played a lot of cricket over the last few months, so it's probably a good thing for him just to put his feet up tonight. And I think Ash Turner's injured as well.
Yeah.
So he did his ankle yesterday in training, which would be a massive miss. But a good opportunity for Ben Dosh to come back in.
Dosh's his left arm option with the spinners, that's not a bad combination.
Yeah, and it shows the strength and depth. I mean, obviously, the World Cup's going on at the minute. To have Baz Deleda back, to have Michael Jones, who, you know, he had a couple of decent knocks for Scotland, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, definitely. Look, he's actually played really well all season.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a great deal of opportunities, but the times he has, he's scored a lot of runs. And what he did against England was amazing, wasn't it? He smacked it. So yeah, he'd be come back with confidence.
One name that isn't on that team list is, of course, the name that everyone was talking about after that Lancashire game, Paul Coughlin. So there won't be any more spectacular catches from Coggers, at least tonight. Scotty, what was that like? Obviously, we had the reaction from you, Harmy, from everyone in the studio, where we were more worried for Coggers' safety, I think, at one stage. But how the heck did you react to that?
Because I didn't see it live, I was driving back home. I got a couple of messages saying Coggers just taken one of the best catches ever.
Yeah.
And obviously watched it back on social media, and I heard Harmy shout and scream. But it was, it was amazing. It was honestly like the best catch I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But it was also Muchie's. Muchie's like, oh no. It was like,
yeah,
the first
yeah,
initial
yeah,
it was,
yeah,
oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Like,
it was like,
oh no.
Wow, where's that hit him? Like,
Yeah.
if it had been any lower down, it would have broken his arm.
Mind you, if he had a head like Muchie's, it would have hit him. He would have been. I mean,
Might have gone for
I just
six.
don't even know.
Would have gone for six of his arm. But man, it was just like for him to have the reaction to get his hand up and then the skill to actually catch it.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a freak of a cricketer. He can do things like that in the field. But I mean, wow. It was, like I say, it's gone viral, hasn't it? It's been on Sky Sports, it's been in every news.
What's he been saying about it? Have you two will have spoken? I imagine to him.
I saw him the other day, and I said to him, "Oh, he's the man of the moment," and he's like, "Yeah, like I think he's still got like, a bit of a hot spot, a bit of a bruise on his palm, which."
Not surprised the way the ball was travelling.
Oh my God! Like you see Keaton Jennings' reaction as well at non-strike end. Like everyone's reaction was like, wow, like oh my God.
Do you remember that photo from Manchester from like New Year's way back? I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, where you've got loads of different things happening in the same photo. There's a freeze frame of the moment that Coggers caught that, and there's about 5 players in the picture, and there's 5 different reactions going on.
I would love to see Coggers' face.
Yeah.
Because he would definitely have had his eyes closed.
Yeah.
like there's no way in the world that ball is travelling at you, and you got to have your eyes closed. And like I say, the skill for him to sort of close your hand when it's hit you, it's just it's magnificent.
But he also needs protecting as well, because his body,
Yeah.
short games, games are coming thick and fast. Now the red ball's starting again. He's still a key component across formats. He's got a body that needs protecting.
Oh,
as well.
he's got a body as a Ferrari. That's always in the garage. I mean, he's been so unlucky with injuries, hasn't he, in the last sort of couple of years, and you've always got to be careful. We've got 2 back-to-back championship games coming up now. We've got Essex and then Worcester, so it's about managing players. So yeah, it's like I say, as red ball captain, it's quite nice to see 2 guys resting.
Someone's happy about the team changes anyway. By the way, if you have no idea what we're talking about here in the Daft News studio on Durham Live about this catch, this most incredible catch, one of the best that we've ever seen, I believe that we've got a little clip of it. So if you haven't seen it, feast your eyes on this for the next 24 seconds.
Straight or...
Yeah, I'd be looking to hit the pitch and not give him a chance to get his hands free.
Catch it. Oh no!
Oh my word. Oh my word. What a catch this is. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Not only has he's managed to catch it off balance.
As has just been said a bit, the square leg angle's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the Harmy commentary makes it.
That's the first time I've seen the square leg angle.
Actually,
It's the first time I've seen
you
the
actually
square
don't
leg
even
angle.
see the ball. It's gone
And then,
that fast.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the only angle you see his face. You see his face. Well, see his head going down.
Honestly, you're right. I mean, he's been so lucky.
Yeah.
To be honest, like you say, like any high, it's hit him on top of the head. Any low, it's breaking his arm.
Yeah. Look, at least you caught it. At least he caught it. Anyway, look, we've focused on the ball, and obviously we've talked about spin tonight. We have to focus on the Durham batting lineup as well, because that's a strong batting lineup, especially with the form. We've talked David Beddingham before, but Clarkie's absolutely on fire at the minute, Harmy, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And me and Scott sat here a couple of weeks ago, and we were wondering where's this going to go for Graham, because he got 50. in a losing cause, running out Ashton Turner.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, oh, that might affect him. Excuse me. So it's great to see him come good.
Yeah, I think that 50, you got to. I mean, he probably's gone into that game struggling a little bit. But for him to spend a bit of time in the middle, get a 50 odd, has probably done him the world of good.
Yeah.
Yes, it was on a losing game, but the fact that he's actually put that run out and that losing game aside and actually went on and he's in amazing form at the minute, because that game after he went to Notts, smacked 30 odd in that rain affected game. Then he got 80 odd the other day. So the last 3 innings, he's actually flying.
Yeah.
So everyone's buzzing for him. He's a great lad. He's a really likeable lad in the dressing room. But it's amazing that he's sort of parked that run out, because that could have easily been dwelling in his mind. But to be able to park that and focus on the next game and raise his form, it's amazing.
Strong mentality. We're going to actually hear from Clarkey in just a couple of minutes' time for his post-match reaction after that Lancashire. But it's another name that we've been talking about in the Daft News studio. He's not in the team tonight. No Ben McKinney. When are we going to see Ben play?
He fielded well the other night, though.
He fielded excellent
He did.
tonight.
Yes, he did.
Some
Yeah.
excellent diving stops and good throws. Look, it's good he's getting some experience. He's gone out there. He's had some experience. Yeah, he's been reined in a little bit because of obviously Michael Jones is back fit and he's back up for selection.
Yep.
This boy's got a bright future at this cricket club, and the one thing that we can all say is that when Durham identifies somebody who's got talent, the bright future, they tend to go on to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen how many players that have represented Durham and further on, and so I think from that point of view, yes, he'd be disappointed he's not playing, but he's in a good place, in a good dressing room, and he'll get his chance.
I think when you're a young kid as well, and you're just in and around the first team, and you're watching first team cricket, like you learn so much without even actually playing. And like I say, it's amazing for Ben just to being around, and his time will come for sure.
And there's more reunions tonight. Otis Gibson back for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Gibbo's back. The great man is back. I mean, he is. I don't think people really sort of understand how much that innings at Headingley that Gibbo had in 2006, I think it was the sort of sliding doors moment for this cricket club.
Yeah.
Because if we lose that game, bear in mind, we'd followed on and we're 150 for 5.
Yeah.
Miles away, and his 100 and whatever, Benke's 100 and whatever. I know Darren Leam was on a sort of last game, and most of the Yorkshire lads had had a few by then. But that saving that game, Durham go and win the championship twice in the next 3 years. Now, he for me is a legend of this cricket club. Not just for that, he got 10 for as well. Much he played in that game. So he can talk to us about the celebration of Gibbo, because when he got that 10th wicket, I remember seeing it in his face, that beaming smile. It's just unbelievable. Both hands in the air. He's into his 40s. Otis Gibson's a great man, and he's a very, very fine coach. And I think Yorkshire are very, very lucky to have him.
I like how you've rectified it with Muchie. Obviously, he was shaking his head after the big head comment. About 5 minutes
He's
ago.
going to get plenty more.
It's all set up perfectly for commentary, and it is all set up perfectly for Derby Day. But just before we round things off by taking a look ahead to the big one tonight against Yorkshire, let's just take a look back at what was a sensational Sunday here at the Seat Unique Riverside with that narrow, nervy win over the Lancashire Lightning, followed by hearing from one of the main men, Graham Clark himself.
Comes in again. This one again, he drives into the pitch, but this one's hit through the covers, and it's going to take some stopping. In fact, it won't be stopped, and Graham Clark is on a roll.
Better held together. Again, with shot. Great shot from Graham Clark. Luke Wood trying to get the free hit for Graham Clark, and he hasn't missed out on that.
As Green comes in, and he gives Clark length, and Clark gets all of it. And Clark decides to hit him back over his head for 6.
And Luke Wood was definitely on that. Short ball again. This time it's bigger. This time it's all the way. That's 6.
From the Lumley end. And he backs away and he hits that big gap at mid-wicket that Gordon Mutcher was talking about.
Very, very strong Lancashire Lightning team, and that is an excellent shot from Graham Clark. This time, so probably why he's got slipping. Pitched up, and that's a good shot through mid-wicket. That's a fantastic shot from Graham Clark. Try and pitch it up. Slower ball, pace offered. Graham Clark gives himself some room, and it just sat up.
Wick comes in to bowl his second over, and Bellingham with the win, gets it all the way.
Just pieced that gap beautifully.
Oh, he doesn't look to hit it, does he not? Gordon Mutchell, talk me through that shot. Wells out of the front of the hand this time, and Beddingham hits that straight back over his head. Again, Beddingham on strike, and he hits the wide line, and Beddingham slices that away.
Very well. Red ball cricket at this minute in time. And that one, he's picked up the short one. This time it's just out the hand and reach of. And pressure now on the bowler. 6 off the first ball, and that is a beautiful shot. That's a fantastic cricket shot from David Beddingham.
Wells comes in again. This one's short, and Beddingham hits the gap right in the middle between deep mid-wicket and deep long on, and we'll go 1 bounce for 4.
You know, the conditions there were so tough. It rained for 20 overs straight, and that ball was like a bar of soap. So for them to hold the nerve and be able to get us over the line there was awesome. So 2 points for us, and we're delighted with that.
No, and you don't have to. And the beauty of T20 is you can move on quickly. Just a quick word about the pitch. Record aggregate of runs scored here at Durham. Talk to me about the pitch that Vic prepared today.
Yeah, it was an absolute belter. I mean, I'd love to bat on that every week. There was a strong wind going when we were batting, so one side over towards the old scoreboard felt like a really short boundary, and hitting towards the pavilion here felt quite long, just into that stiff breeze. I felt like when Lancashire batted, that breeze sort of died down. It became quite small all around. I think the boundaries were only sort of 65, 67 metres today. But as the pitch itself, it was so true, you could just hit through the line of the ball, and it was a dream to bat on.
Speaking of dreams and batters, David Beddingham, what's it like sharing the middle with him? Because we absolutely love watching him bat.
He just plays a different game, doesn't he? It's almost you run out of superlatives for him. Like, it's just been week on week out. Like, you keep thinking there's due a failure soon, and he just keeps delivering time and time again. The way he hits the ball, it's like men versus boys at times. It's actually scary, but it's class to be able to stand at the non-strikers end and watch him go about his business. He's just awesome.
Brilliant. We'll touch a little bit on the bowlers. We're standing out now in the pouring rain, so thanks for this, firstly. Give a word to your bowlers. For probably 17 overs, I reckon, played in the rain with a really wet ball, and how hard is it to execute your skills in that?
It's impossible. I mean, the bowlers couldn't grip it. They couldn't bowl a slower ball, so as soon as you can't change the pace, the batters can line you up. It's such a difficult job. Then you really have to execute your Yorkers, and I thought they did an amazing job there, because, like I say, on that true surface, small boundaries, if you can't change your pace, the batter's just going to take you on all day, every day. And I thought them holding their nerve at the end there was fantastic, because, like I said, that ball was like a bar of soap. And I think we changed it after about the 15th over, and one ball in, it suddenly soaked in, because that outfield was so wet. So yeah, awesome from the bowlers. I think if that's dry, we win that game by 30 runs.
Well, it's always nice to hear from Graham Clark, and I don't know who that interviewer is, but there's some absolutely tremendous questions being asked. Oh no, wait, no, we've got the interviewer in the Daffy News studio right now. Ashley Thorpe has joined us, as has Gordon Mutchell. Ash, I'll come to you in a second about this interview, but I think, Gordon, we need to give you right to reply about the size of your head.
Well,
I've never said that live on air before.
do we have an HR department in this studio?
You've done this twice now, haven't you? You should
do you know
know
what?
that.
One of the things you miss the most is the banter in the changing room. And although it's aimed at me, I don't mind. I quite like the... Someone once told me if they stop taking the mick out of you, they don't like you. So I'm going to go with that line of thought here.
That's code for I've saved up quite a few for him on comms.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, Ash, obviously, you know, we heard you talking to Graham Clark there. I mean, Clark is always cracking to listen to, but he just looked so happy about that innings against Lancs, didn't he?
He did. He was a broken man.
Yeah.
Harmy, I think, talked about the run out with Ashton Turner, and of course, I just had to mention it as well in the interview. But he sent me a message afterwards saying thanks for that, because I got the right to reply, kind of thing, and apologise. Which he feels that he had to do, which he didn't have to do that at all. But to see him, the way his career's changed, probably since Ryan Campbell has come into this system, has been huge for him. And we've just said off air, he's the people's champion. The people of Durham absolutely love Clarkie, and it was brilliant to see him put that run out behind him and put in a meaningful innings in Nottingham, and then again, obviously, against Lancs.
Well, hopefully he's saving a few runs for tonight, Derby Day. We've got a couple of minutes before we head across to the commentary team. Muchie, talk us through how big a night this is in the Vitality T20 Blast.
Oh, massive. And I think, so when you were playing, there was 2 dates you looked out for. One was when you played at Lords for those lunches, and also... when was the Yorkshire T20 match? Because that was the night you got the biggest crowds in, the atmosphere was great, and for people like myself who didn't play international cricket, these were the nights you really look forward to. And the table's hotting up nicely, isn't it, with Yorkshire beating Lancashire last night. Everything to play for before this little break, before the 4-day stuff.
Anyone's beaten anyone. The umpires are taken to the field, so just very, very finally, lads, predictions, how's it going to go with Durham batting first? Ash Thirst?
I don't think they need to look for 200 again on this pitch. They've obviously picked a side based on that this pitch is going to spin second half. So maybe look for around 160 plus. and look to defend that with the spinners that they have in the team, and hopefully we get another Durham win on a big night.
Gordon agree?
That sounds like a good plan to me, Ash. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Love that. Chucked it straight back across. Well, listen, we've been doing enough build-up, haven't we, in the Daff and Hughes studio? Enough time for build-up. Let's get to the action. Out there on the pitch at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. It is Derby Day. It is Durham against Yorkshire. It is an absolutely fine fixture that calls for the finest of commentators. Sadly, they weren't available, but we can cross to our commentary team right now, and three very, very fine blokes and commentators indeed. Simon Brown, Scott Borthwick, and first of all, Steve Harmison.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside on what is Derby Day. Yorkshire Vikings against Durham on a Friday night with a good crowd in. Not all in here at the moment. 24 degrees was the temperature there. It was a warm out in the middle. First thing, this obviously before the players came out, we did the pitch report. A little bit a bit of green grass on the on top of the surface, and the same pitch that 218 runs during the Lancashire Lightning game, but that was largely down to a howling wind. Durham have made 4 changes from that side. Clark, Lees, Beddingham, Robinson, Delaney back from the World Cup, Rain, Jones back from the World Cup, Dworis and Drizzle with Parkinson and Sauter as the team. And from last night, the Yorkshire Vikings have made 2 changes. Sean Masood's out, as well as Matt Revis. Hill and Luxton's in, and they're 1-2-3-4, or they're 1-2-3 of Milan, Root and Lythe. Looks very, very special. McKerr has got the first ball. He is going to bowl. He's on loan, remember, from Surrey, with Graham Clark, who is in ridiculous form at this moment in time, off the back of an excellent 80 in that first game. 87 in that last game against Lancashire Lightning. So Neil Pratt is the umpire, Neil Mallender is at the square leg, and McKerr will come in for the first ball. Down the leg side, and that's being given a wide. Alongside me in this for the first 5 overs, the Durham's Red Ball captain Scott Borthwick, and former England left arm seamer Simon Brown. Chub, good to see you. It's been a while since you've been here.
It has. It's great to be back, and like you say, hoping today is going to be a great game, as obviously everybody's predicting. It's has been mentioned so far. It's fantastic playing in derby games like this. Yorkshire obviously a really strong side. Durham in good form. Hopefully it's going to be a good game. McKerr in again. Big shot from Graham Clark. Excellent shot. Former England captain Joe Root dives, but to no avail, and an excellent shot down the ground from Clark. And this time, Scott Borthwick, he's not hit a fielder.
Yeah, exactly. That was the story of that Leicester innings, wasn't it? He kept hitting the fielder, but great start from Clarky there. Actually swung a bit that, didn't it, from McKerr? Yeah. But Clarky played it lovely. Found the gap lovely. He's a big tall bowler. He uses all of his height. Was out there. And I had a quick chat with him. He was talking to Otis Gibson, Durham, one of Durham's legends, Otis Gibson, coach of Yorkshire, and they've got him on loan, trying to get him on a more permanent base. He uses all of his height, good length, and this time, because of the big shot down the ground, Joe Root standing back on the circle, and Graham Clark's managed to get a quick single, and that's important as well, Chubb, making sure with the left and right hand combination. They used it well against the Lightning the other night because he had the wind, but it's important that in the power play, looking for the boundaries, but also rotation of strike.
It's so difficult when you're bowling first up, particularly when you're trying to take wickets as well. If you've got a left-hander and a right-hander in, and if they keep rotating the strike, it's really difficult to sort of put any pressure on. Great follow-up to the boundary, just take the pace off the ball and get a single and get down the other end. Really good cricket.
Absolutely. And the wind is up. There's you see the flags on around the side of the ground. It is getting stronger as the night's gone on. Lights are on. This time Lees gets one. It swung back just a touch.
Swing, yeah.
Just a touch. And Scotty, from somebody who left-hander open, back to the top of the order, a bowler like McKerr, he looks as though he's quite challenging.
Yeah, I actually played with Connor down at Surrey. They got him over from South Africa, and he's got a British passport.
Big unit.
Big strapping lad, can bowl fast. Had a lot of injuries the last sort of 5 or 6 years. Been really unlucky, but yeah, he can bowl. They say he's got the ability to swing the ball like you've just seen there.
Wide 4-1, and a dot off his start of the over. Just drops it down, but a good bit of fielding from David Milan in close. Seemed to be inside the circle for Milan. I mean for Lees. They're trying to put pressure on the Durham captain. they were a little bit deeper for Graham Clark, knowing that timing is all about Graham Clark's game, but it just seems that they're a little bit closer in.
Big game for Leesy as well, isn't
Huge game for Leesy.
Former club Yorkshire.
Gives himself some
Great
room.
shot.
That's a great shot. That's a fantastic shot. He naturally gives himself some room anywhere, does Alex Lees. And Conor McKerr he didn't do a lot wrong. It was
Great
a
shot.
decent ball in a decent area, but it was a good shot from Alex Lees, and another 4 to the Durham total. 10 off the first, 5 legitimate balls.
It's really well controlled. It's so easy to try and hit it too hard when you give yourself room like that. Like you said, give yourself room and hit it through the gap in the offside. Really good cricket.
Timed it lovely, did it? Sounded amazing off his bat, didn't it?
Using pace. Last ball of the first over. Lees again giving himself some room, but this time managing to get it straight to a fielder. Good start from Durham. 10 off the first over. Alex Lees has 4. Graham Clark has 5.
Yeah. Lovely start. Like I say, I don't think Conor McKerr did a lot wrong there.
No.
Other than the first ball down leg side, but swung the ball nicely. So yeah, good start from the lads, isn't it? 10 for none.
Chubb, first time back here for a while. Nice to see a big crowd in and the ground developed from when you played it.
yeah. When we played our first games, there was literally one building, and yeah, when the wind blew, you certainly knew about it. This is interesting. We've got slow bowling starting from the far end as well. Yeah,
we're going for Dom Bess. Yorkshire have gone for Dom Bess. A lot of teams now in the power play, if it's either the first or the second over, especially if there's a left-right hand combination, they tend to go for a slow bowler, a spin bowler. Bess, that's back of a length. It's smashed hard down the ground. And that's gone all the way for 4.
How is that gone for 4?
Timing. Bess has got a hand on it as well. Timing, that's all that is.
I actually think the boundaries have come in a little bit, from the Lancs game. They're definitely
they are. They're in closer. They're in closer in front of us.
That's not a big hit down the ground there, is it? Like literally
just powered it away.
Punched it, hasn't
he? You look at where Adam Lythe is at short third, inside the 30-yard circle, and again pushed it down the ground.
Good batting again from Clark, isn't it?
Yeah, good rotation. But when you look from where we're sitting, which is right behind the bowler's arm from Conor McKerr's end, you've got Adam Lythe, who is on the 30-yard circle, and there's not a great deal of land between him and the boundary, and that's not the norm for Durham. We had Gareth Breeze for the last 2 games, and Gareth Breeze, the West Indian off-spinner, we used to play on massive big boundaries. Again, Lees gives himself some room. Bess fires it in. Trying to reinvent himself, would you say?
Yeah,
Dom Bess, he's
bit,
had a little bit of a struggle since he's
burst on the scene, didn't he?
He did, yeah, and since he's England, he's England days, and he's been touring for a while, and then come back and try to find himself again. I think this is his last year of his contract. This time floated a little bit higher and a little bit fuller and got into the block hole. Alex Lees is just trying to give himself some room to sort of access, probably over the top of extra cover. The left hand of David Milan. This one a bit quicker, a bit flatter. And Alex Lees wanted a single, but Graham Clark said no.
Good bit of bowling actually from Bess. He's changed his pace, hasn't he? But yeah, he burst onto the scene, didn't he, when he first came on to Somerset. Played on some spinning wickets down there, and did really well for 2 or 3 years, and then obviously got that England call up.
This time down the ground, Joe Root dive into the left, and it's a good stop. This is the former England captain. 4 and 2 singles off the over, 6 off the over, 16 for none off 2 overs, and it hasn't been a bad start for Durham.
No, really good start. I mean, I think that over was really well bowled. Like as Scotty mentioned, bowler just fired it in, bowling it quite flat. Did change the pace a little bit and got it up in the block hole. Obviously, the batsman looking to try and give himself a bit of room and get it through the offside, which he's recognised and cramped him up for pace. But still managed, like you say, great boundary off the first ball of the over. But the bowler came back quite well there. But yeah, good start by Durham.
It's interesting to see if it's going to spin as well, but I think he actually bowled it a bit too quick, didn't he? That over for it to see it spin. But this is interesting as well. They're going spin again with Dan Moriarty. Another one I've played with at Surrey. He had a couple of years down there.
You played for Surrey?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, Scott. No, Dan Moriarty, left arm spin bowler, very highly thought of when he was younger. Moved to Yorkshire again, another one like Dom Bess, trying to sort of reinvent himself, and this time he just starts with a ball onto leg stump and a good clip into the leg side from Alex Lees in the air, but no fielder inside that circle. Remember, it's power play, 6 overs of power play, 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So for Yorkshire at this moment in time, Moriarty's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Graham Clark. Adam Lyth is out in the deep, so it's deep mid-wicket. Graham Clark this time just clips it into the leg side.
Nice batting, that, isn't it?
No real spin because Moriarty's looking to bowl it a little bit quicker.
I think with the newer ball as well, it generally
just
does
skid it
on a
on,
bit,
yeah.
doesn't it? I think as the ball gets a bit older, you might see a bit more grip. But yeah, I see he bowled a bit quick as well into the pads in the middle stump, bowling to his field, I guess, with that deep mid wicket out.
For the third ball, down the wicket from Lees, and that's it. He's gone. Yes, Moriarty sees him coming, just holds it back a touch and pushes it a little bit wider. And Alex Lees had a little bit of a waft outside off stump, knew he was stranded. And the ball was taken comfortably by the wicketkeeper, and you could see a little bit of itchy feet from Alex Lees. He hit the fielder a couple of times in that first 2 overs, and he's looking to try and impose himself on Moriarty. And unfortunately, Lees is gone, facing 10 balls for 6, and Durham are 18 for 1.
I think Lees is a bit disappointing here. I think he thinks he's got back.
Yeah.
I would be interested to see a replay of that because I don't think the wicketkeeper took the bills off straight away.
Yeah, quite a long way to move as well.
Yeah,
The ball was
he
quite
did,
wide,
yeah.
wasn't it?
But good bit of bowling from Moriarty, like you say. He saw him coming, I think, took a bit of pace off it, dragged his length back, bowled a bit wider. Yeah, disappointing there, Leesy. But he's the man of the moment. Betters.
Yeah.
What to watch, isn't it?
I mean, he came in against Lancashire, and I know you weren't with us, Scott, and Chubby went with us as well, but he just looked in slow motion.
Yeah.
When you watch a proper player, I mean a top level player come in and play, they just look as though they've got so much time.
Yeah.
And he did that. I mean, he never got out. He got 50 off. He was 50 off 33 balls, and it was either the cover drive 4 or it was a sort of clip through mid wicket in for a single or a quickly run 2. And he looks in, and obviously in fine form from the winter. You got 100 in New Zealand for South Africa as Moriarty comes into Bedingham. You squared him up just a touch. I think that was that one, a little bit of spin.
Slightly taller bowler as well, the left armer at this end, taller than obviously Best at the other end, so probably can get away with bowling it a little bit slower, I think.
Good combination, left and right arm finger spinners. Just played into the leg side. Clark sets off where he's thinking possibly 2, but
Betters was no interest in 2.
No interest whatsoever. Man after my own heart is David Bedingham, somebody that wants to bat for a long time and knows exactly what a single is. Not interested in exerting himself. Graham Clark, as the fielders are all back on the 30-yard circle. This time, big shout, looks as though it was going down. And ended a fantastic over. 3 singles and a wicket from the over. Durham are 19 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. And Scott, as a captain's head on, you've had 2 overs of spin. You see that the spinners have done the job. Do you keep going with spin, or do you look to keep mixing it up and having a seam and a spin option in the power play?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to get your seaming back on. I mean, obviously they're bringing Conor McCurr back on here, but I would have gone back to seam as well. I'd probably put a slip in as well. Try and attack, try and get a wicket. Obviously we just lost a wicket. I think it's a great opportunity now for Yorkshire to try and get another one. Wickets kill you in the power play. If you get a chance to get 2 or 3 in a power play, it kills you, doesn't it?
I always felt it was really important in one-day cricket to be threatening to get people out early on. If you're looking to defend from ball 1, I think it's really difficult.
Yeah.
McCurr comes back from the opposite end he started from. Big tall bowler hits the deck. Good area. Bedingham just clips it into the leg side, and fielders are the majority of the fielders in the offside are on the edge of the circle, trying to put pressure on Durham. They've started very well. 6 runs and over for the first 3 overs inside the power play. As mentioned quite a bit in the Daffin News studio, we don't think it's going to be a pitch where 200, 218 like they had the other night because of the other conditions that we're in. McCurr, tall bowler, this time Bedingham tried to hit him big through the leg side, but just clothed it a little bit, bounced on him, didn't it?
Yeah, bit splicey one, isn't it? Hit high on the bat. I think that because the wicket's used, it might be a bit too paced. Like that one there might come on a bit quicker than the ball before. Might have just sort of done with pace a little bit.
I think after being driven a couple of times in his first over, I think looking at those first 2 balls, he's really looking to try and bowl the ball hard into the wicket back of a length.
Not looking to swing it at this over, is he?
Not this over so far.
Stumps,
definitely
hard length.
It's always a good thing to do on this. at the Riverside has hit the pitch hard. You'll get something out of it. And there, again, just back of a length, outside off stump, Graham Clark just wafts at it. No real conviction there from Clark.
There's no real pace on the pitch, I don't think, because like you say, excuse me, bowler is bowling the ball hard into the wicket, but it seems to be just dying a little bit. As Scotty's mentioned, I think they might be a little bit too paced.
Remember, it is the wicket that Durham played Lancashire on, which is on Sunday, so it has been prepared for quite some time. Clark pulls himself to the leg side, and that's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. I think McCur's seen him go, and he's gone to follow him, but he didn't get the length right. And as he's followed him, he was right in Clark's wheel arc.
Great shot.
Yeah, I think the bowler was in two minds there. It's either try and get it right up in the block hole to stop him doing that, or drag it down. He didn't quite get it right.
Didn't do either,
good
did
shot.
he?
No, good shot. Got really well picked up.
Interesting enough, Clarkey is he got a couple of new bats sent up this afternoon.
Did he?
And he's literally taking that at the box, not hit the ball with it.
Did you get better ones than you?
Oh, similar to be fair. We're both similar. We're both use B3, similar sticks.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, he's unusual that I like to take him to the nets first.
Yeah.
But Clarkey said, nah, straight in, using it tonight. So it sounds good, doesn't it?
Which is a surprise because he's got 87 off. What he got? He got 50 off 56 balls, and then he got 87 off 57 balls in the last game he played.
Changing bats.
It's like, is he just forgetting his other bat? Has he left it at home? Has he? Or
Yeah. Yeah. Batters are weird.
Tell me about it. McCur in. Last ball of the over. Leg side, pulled into the leg side. Man out in the deep. This time he got his length right. This time McCur followed Clark and managed to get his length right. And again, another good over. 6 overs from it inside the power play. Yorkshire will be quite happy with where things are at this moment in time. Durham 25 for 1 off 4. Beddingham has got 2 off 4 balls. Clark, who's been impressive again, 16 off 10 overs. Do you keep going with Moriarty? It looks like they're going to keep going with Moriarty.
Yeah.
I think the taller spinners, like you say, if it is a little bit too paced as well, it makes it so much more difficult to get down the pitch. And if you don't get there, as we saw with the wickets, you're really putting yourself in. You're exposing yourself.
Yeah.
Moriarty in again, driving it into the surface.
Good bowling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good bowling. Roughly around about the 2 metre mark, probably the release point from Moriarty. He's about 6'3", 6'4", big tall man who gets over the top of his front toe and drives it into the surface. So if there is any spin there or bounce, he's definitely going to be in the game.
And again, I think his spin is in great running.
Yeah, great running, great placement as well.
Great cricket that.
Yeah.
And that's what Beddingham did well the other night. When Clark was going well, and when after Leasy, they just kept everything going and everything ticking over. And when Beddingham came in the other night, he didn't look to hit the boundary early. He just kept playing that shot and kept getting 2 and making sure that the Lancashire Lightning you're having a good run around. And then when the field came up, he kept belting it over the top of them. Again, into the leg side, just making sure that everything's ticking over. Not dying in any sort of hole. It's been a good start from Yorkshire. I think the bowling has been excellent from Yorkshire so far, but Durham haven't lost sort of concentration, haven't lost their heads, and not given too many, taking too many big risks inside this first 4.5 overs so far. This time throwing a little bit higher.
I think the slower pace, I spun a bit, I think that's the first one he's actually chucked up and tried to spin. The first 3 or 4 balls in the over have actually been, I think as spinner you talk about trying to hit the top of leg stump really, because then you're taking the length out.
This time, a good shot from Graham Clark. Give himself some room this time, driven into the surface. And I think that one, Scotty, I think what you're saying there is once you're driving it in and it sits up, I mean, it's perfect for Graham Clark. He's backed that the ball was going to be shorter, and he's played a lovely shot.
I think Clarkey's read it there, and he's just sort of given himself that room. So if Moriarty does hit the top of middle stump, Clarkey's actually created that width.
Fuller this time. Clark just eases it down the ground. At the end of the 5th over, Durham are 34 for 1, with Clark moving on to 22. Beddingham on 5, and so far 6.8 runs and over. I think it's pretty even, Stephen. I think Durham will be quite happy where they are, only losing 1 wicket. But I think Yorkshire will be delighted because they are visitors to the ground, and seeing the last game on this pitch was 200.
I think Yorkshire will be really pleased. It looks to me like they've got a real plan the way they want to bowl, and I think they've executed it pretty well so far. It looks like we're going to see another change now as well.
Yeah, we're going to see another change. To oversee that change, we're going to have Gordon Mutchell, special guest Colin Ackerman, led by Ashley Thorpe.
Thank you, Stephen Harmison. We're going to have absolutely a change in the bowling as Chauhan comes in and will bowl from the Lumley end. An interesting start here for Durham, 34 for 1. As we welcome Colin Ackerman and Gordon Mutchell, who's just trying to get that headset over that gigantic head. Yep, he's got a little tick list here, how many times his head gets mentioned as Chauhan comes in now. Leg spinner, and this one is punched down the ground. Too long on for a single. I'll come to you, Gordon, first. How are you, mate?
I'm very well, thank you. Busy week at school, but what a way to finish it over here, watching Yorkshire Durham under the lights with a bit of sun.
Yeah, a bit cloudy now, but it's still a warm evening. We'll take it here after the weather that we've had. And Bedingham inside out, beats mid off, and gets a boundary straight back over the bowler's head. And with that, we'll welcome Colin Ackerman.
Good evening.
How are you, mate?
Very good, thank you.
So I've actually had lots of questions about you on social media. Where's Ackerman? Do you want to give our listeners and viewers an update?
Yes, I've had a finger injury. I dislocated my finger training just over 2 weeks ago. So went down to Leeds, saw a specialist there. And yeah, it looks like I'll be back in the squad against Essex this weekend. So can't wait to get back on the field.
Very good. Great news for all Durham fans to have you back involved. As Durham looking to cash in on the last over of the power play. Chauhan in again, and Bedingham tucks this away out into the leg side, and he'll just settle for the single as Don Best with his bleach blonde hair does the fielding out in the deep. So initial thoughts, gentlemen, on what kind of score Durham will be looking for. We'll come to you, Colin, first.
Yeah, obviously this is the wicket that we played on against Lancashire, and that was quite a high-scoring game. It is a used wicket now, so it might be a touch slower. We might see a bit more spin bowled in this game with both teams fielding quite a few spinners. So yeah, I think it's pretty even Stevens at the moment. Obviously only 1 wicket down, which is always a bonus at this point. So looks like Clarkie's striking them well, and Bedders is just getting going.
2 balls remaining in the power play. Chauhan comes in. This one's chopped away out into the offside, and Clark will collect another single. Muchie, thoughts on a total?
Yeah, no, look, when they over-pitched early on there, it seemed to come on the back quite well. Like you said, if you hit the hard length, I think they've bowled better than Lancashire did to start off with. I think Lancashire gives a few freebies last game. So you never know if the people's champ Clarkie gets going and
Bedingham punches that off the back foot, and he'll collect another single, and that will end the power play. Durham 44 for 1. So give me a par score. Muchie, what do you think? We talked about 160, 170 maybe, not reaching too high.
I'm going to go 180. I think with this short boundary later on, we're going to set a good base and we're going to tuck into them at the end. So 180 is my prediction.
What about you, Ackers? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd be happy with 180 on this wicket. Obviously, Yorkshire are without their captain, Sean Masood, tonight. So I think he plays a big part in their team. They've got a young batter, Luxton, in tonight. So I think early wickets against Yorkshire are crucial.
Interesting. I think this is going to be an ongoing theme of tonight. Moriarty is going to continue to bowl his 3rd over. I think we are going to see a lot of spin bowling tonight. And Moriarty is going to continue from the Finkel end. Graham Clark, non-striker's end. Watching on, David Bedingham, the informed man for Durham, on strike. And this one slides down the leg side, and Bedingham allows that through to the keeper for a wide. 45 now for 1 on the board.
Have you faced this guy much, Colin? He looks a hard guy to get down the wicket to.
I haven't faced him very much, to be honest. He just bowls at good length like he did over there. He doesn't give you, from what I've seen, not too many step hits. He looks to bowl into the wicket. We saw in the power play to Lees, he had deep square and car corner out, so he's looking to bowl hard into the surface, sort of bowling top of the stump. So I think if our batter's going to be hang back a little bit to him, wait for him to overpitch like that, or knock it to leg side and keep rotating the strike.
He's a tall spinner as well, isn't he? So that top of the stump's length's quite difficult to get away, especially. And it does look like it's gripping into the pitch. Maybe the slower that it is, there is a bit of bite there for the spinners in this wicket. Bettingham now on strike, 47 for 1. And he clips that away nicely out into the deep on the leg side. They'll push the first one hard, but just the single there. I guess the other interesting player to bring in, who seems to have had an outstanding couple of years, Jordan Thompson for Yorkshire. Probably bowled a bit at the death, but how they use him kind of in the middle overs might be crucial. And Moriarty in again, and this one's short, and it's cut away a little bit in the air, but it will find the gap and move out into the cover region for another single. I was a bit nervous here. I thought he'd hit that one straight to cover. Oh, maybe just leaning back a little bit on that one.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson looks like someone who likes he likes to be there in the key moments of the game.
He
big
stepped up last
celebrations,
night, didn't he? Yeah, he was pumped in the big game against Lancashire last night. And this one again slides into the legs, and Bettingham hits a gap out here. And Don Bess, once again, seems to be in all the hot spots at the moment. Prevents a second run there, and that brings up the 50 for Durham. 1 ball remaining in the 7th over.
That short boundary just makes it tricky to get it to, doesn't it? Maybe costs you a couple.
It seems really short to long on, doesn't it? Oh, how was that missed? I was expecting to see Bales flying in the air there. Clark just giving himself some room and trying to access the offside. He's beaten, and Moriarty is still wondering how that hasn't bowled him. But that ends the 7th over, 50 for 1. How do you think Durham will approach the next 3 overs?
I don't mind the start from us. I think obviously Moriarty's probably looking quite tough to face on this wicket. Obviously, but into 2 right-handers as well. So, if we can keep him quiet and look to maybe attack the seamers, Jordan Thompson coming on from that end now. So
I promise I didn't see him warming up. But yeah, I was wondering, he is that player that makes things happen. He's a golden arm, and he's one of Yorkshire's key players in the white ball format. Like you say, much he loves the big occasions, and there's a nice crowd in here tonight. And he'll start from the Lumley end. He hits a nice hard length immediately, and Bettingham defends this one back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, he'll look to do that and also mix his pace up. He's got a good backhand slow ball he goes to quite often, and also backs his Yorkers at the death.
So how's the move so far? Leicestershire and now up to Durham. How are you finding it?
I'm loving it. Yeah, settled in really well. Great bunch of guys. Had a good start to the year as well. We probably that win against that loss against Lancashire in the championship. Oh, that was close.
Well,
I think he's
Bettingham
back in,
scurrying back there for 2, and just makes his ground. That was very tight, and a good bit of fielding out in the deep. You're talking about the man before. Was that Luxton out in the deep there? I think it was. It was very, very close. A good throw, good flat throw from the deep. And I'm not going to lie, I was very, very nervous as that ball approached the wicketkeeper, and that must have been tight, but Bettingham survives. Sorry, mate, carry on.
Yeah, so it's been a good move so far. Obviously had a good win against Somerset last game round, so we've got Essex starting on Sunday. So yeah, great to be back in the squad. Looking forward to next week.
Excellent stuff. It's been great to watch you go about your business so far. And that one strikes the pad of Bettingham as he looks to tuck that one away into the leg side. So a good start from Thompson. Just going for the 2 from his first 3 balls. As we were talking about earlier, a busy winter coming up for you off the field.
Yes, we are expecting twins at the end of August. So I was actually in John Lewis this afternoon buying a few baby goods, and my wife keeping me busy.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations, and yeah, you will be busy. Babies 2 and 3 on the way for the Ackermans. As Thompson comes in again, and Bettingham doesn't quite time this one as he pulls it away out into the leg side. So yeah, it's going to be a busy September for you, isn't it, with the arrival of the kids and hopefully an end of a successful campaign for Durham.
That's it, yeah. Looking forward to the 2 boys arriving. So yeah, my family is complete.
Excellent stuff. As Thompson comes in again, and Clark punches nicely with his bottom hand down the ground. He'll pick up another single. And how have you found that? You've got a young daughter already. How have you found that has helped your cricket off the field?
Yeah, I think it's given me perspective for sure. It doesn't matter how good or bad you do on the field. You know, if you go home and your daughter gives you a smile and a hug, you know, everything's all good. So it's definitely helped me in that regard, and not to put too much pressure on myself. Obviously, there's pressure in professional sport, but when you go home, you know, everything's good. So
yeah, and you're just dad, aren't you? You're just dad.
Exactly.
Which is a lovely feeling. We had Father's Day last week. Badger disappeared on us, and that had to put up with his lot up in the box. He said he'd rather have been in here. I bet it was busy up there on Sunday. But yeah, nothing quite like when they're young, especially. You walk in and you get that smile, and all of a sudden, you know, all the rubbish that you've had in your day just kind of disappears out the window, and you're just dad for that moment. It's amazing. Durham here, 55 for 1 after 8. I'm going to see more spin, so Jahan's going to switch ends. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see the likes of Joe Root and a lot more of Don Bess in here at some stage tonight. Just kind of keep mixing it up. And how hard is that, Muchie, when they keep changing the bowlers and you can't seem to get that rhythm against one bowler that you'd like to line up?
Yeah, well, that's it. Obviously, you sort of get the measure of one bowler and the change. You've got to start again almost. I mean, you play against these guys quite a lot now, so you do have a good game plan coming into the match. And obviously the analysis is done beforehand. But no, you'd rather face the same bowler 2 or 3 overs.
So he's betting him. He's running between the wickets is good. And he gets back for a second there as he cuts that one nice and late and beats the right hand of point. And hits a nice pocket out in the deep to the sweeper's left-hand side. And I think this is a good approach from Durham. They're not thinking too big here. They're just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. As Jahan comes in again. And Bedingham can't beat them at a point this time. He got timed that one nicely. But how important is it to have wickets in hand at the end, Colin?
I think it's crucial. Obviously, Ashton Turner's not in the team tonight, which is a big loss. But Basileda and Michael Jones coming in adds that firepower towards the back end, which will be crucial tonight.
Ooh. That one just holds in the wicket a little bit there. Maybe a bit of top spin. And that one, Bedingham looks to turn that to the leg side and gets a leading edge. It goes away down to short third man.
Looks like Challenge has taken the pace off the ball, running quite slow through the air, forcing the batters to create, you know, the pace and the power.
It's nice stuff from the leg spinner. He comes in again now. Clark whips this one away on the leg side. And again, they'll just settle for the single.
I think you're right. He's getting a bit of topspin. Seems to get some good bounce.
Yeah, I think he's bowled a really nice length. I think that with that pace, I think Colin mentioned it there, as a batter, having to make that pace on the ball is difficult, especially when it's not sliding on. Misused pitch. This one is short, and Bedingham doesn't get all of it. And he is caught on the line. He'd be really disappointed. That's probably one of Beddingham's absolute banker shots, that. And probably, we've talked about the boundaries being short, that's probably to the deepest pocket in the ground. And Bedingham falls. 59 now for 2. Bedingham goes for 21. And that's a big wicket for Yorkshire.
I think the lack of boundaries in the last few overs, he's probably just sweating on one, and he probably got it, to be fair, just didn't time it.
Yeah, Will Luxton taking the catch out in the deep. And you've got to credit Jahan there, being brave. It probably wasn't his best ball, but just the pace that he's bowling has made that really hard for Bedingham to get all of that and clear the boundary. The wind definitely isn't as strong as it was on Sunday. If that was on Sunday, that probably would have gone an extra 10, 15 metres. But Ollie Robinson is the new batter. And as a batting unit, Ollie Robinson's been absolutely outstanding for Durham so far this year. Started off the red ball season, I think it was something like 5 50s and 100. Probably hasn't fired so far as much in the T20 competition, but certainly a dangerous man to have.
Yeah, Robert will look to get we'll look to get quite busy. Look to rotate the strike, get himself in, and then take it from there. So I think he's just got to give the strike over to Clarkey just for a bit, get himself in, get the pace of the wicket, and then take it from there.
I don't think Durham need to look, again, we keep mentioning, don't need to look too big here. As Robinson faces his first ball, and he uses his feet nicely there, using the depth of the crease, and cuts that one out with. I tell you what, I'm going to mention the word timing in Ollie Robinson. For a little man, how hard does he hit the ball?
Yeah, he times it sweetly.
Yeah.
Especially in 4-day cricket, he doesn't look to overhit the ball at all. He just hits the bat, kind of time the ball. So he's a very fine player. Obviously, seen a lot of him over the last couple of years, but I've been really impressed. Obviously, seen him firsthand up here.
Bit of talk around that he might be in contention for the test matches, actually, when they roll around. Is there any chat around that in the Durham change room at all?
There is every now and again.
Yeah.
I keep asking him when they're releasing the test squad. He admits he doesn't know, but...
So you're saying there's a chance. Thompson. In fact, it's not Thompson at all. Who is that that's come on?
This is George Hill.
George Hill. Haven't seen much of Hill, actually. Was he down at Leicester when you were there? Was he at Leicester? George Hill?
You thinking of Lewis Hill?
Lewis Hill, that's
Lewis
right,
Hill's
absolutely.
The batter, yep.
George Hill, nice and tall at the crease. This one is carved away, using the pace of the ball, and we talk about timing. And Robinson's just allowed that one, played it right under his eyes. Third man in the circle had absolutely no chance. Beautiful shot from Ollie Robinson.
I think Robinson could be the key here for Durham, the way he plays the swim with his sweep shots. And he started nicely here, finding that gap towards third man.
He's one of the most elegant cover drivers you'll see, and you watch red ball cricket and he just drives it. He reminds me, going back years, to opening batter from Australia called Michael Slater, who was really small and just had that lovely bat flow. Hill comes in again and Robinson punches this one off the back foot down to long on. Clark was almost interested in a second, but Joe Root down there does the fielding.
Yeah, Robbo's very strong square for the wicket on the offside. That's his bread and butter there. If you give him a bit of width, that fourth, fifth stump, he'll put you away all day.
Very, very talented player after moving up from Kent a couple of years ago. And Clark punches that one down the ground. A nice off drive. He'll pick up another single. And he'll just don't look to keep this scoreboard ticking over. Look for an assault at the end, but it's a nice start from Hill. He'll try and bowl stump to stump. Not offer any width. He gave Robinson a little bit of width earlier in the over, and he beautiful late cut for 4. And Robinson, again, straight from Hill. And he tucks this away into the leg side. Muchie, what are your thoughts so far, mate?
No, I think it's been a decent start. I think probably Yorkshire have had slightly the better start. But as I say, I think this is a big partnership. If these two can battle sort of 14, 15 overs, and then, like Colin said, we can unleash some of the power at the end. I don't think either side will be too unhappy.
Clark pulls this one away out into the deep. And do you know what? He got a lot more of that than I thought. I actually initially didn't think he'd time that, but that's raced away into the gap towards Cow Corner, and a nice way to finish the 10th over. So Durham at the halfway stage is 71 for 2. And we are now going to hand over to the legend that is Steve Harmison and Simon Brown. And Badger, you having a rest here, mate? So yeah, he'll just chill out at the back of the studio and we'll hand over to Harmy and Chubb.
Cheers, Ash.
Cheers, Thorpe. Yeah, a good boundary, a welcome boundary for Durham at the end of that over. Graham Clark 35 off 24 and carrying on his ominous form. Ollie Robinson just 7 from 5. He clips it into the leg side. I think both teams will be quite content where this game's at this moment in time. Durham would probably like maybe 15, 20 more runs on the board, and like Yorkshire will have said, well, yeah, we'll give you that for 2 more wickets. So it really has been a good bit of bowling from the spin bowlers, and a big swing and a miss there. Chubb, what do you made of that middle period?
Yeah, just get the feeling that Durham batters are starting to feel the pressure a little bit now. I think I mentioned earlier on there that it looks like Yorkshire have got a plan, that they've bowled to very well, that they've accepted that you know there's only certain things you can do. But yeah, I think Yorkshire just got the upper hand at the moment.
Joanne again in, he's bowled very, very well so far. A lot of wrong-uns, a lot of googlies, and again see another one into the knee roll of Graham Clark, who just clips it onto the leg side. They've been very smart with their spin bowling.
Yeah. very much a really cramped the batters. They've had very little to hit through the offside. They've really sort of bowled to their field and only really bowled to half of the pitch, really.
Sweep shot, big sweep shot, hard sweep shot into the leg side. Just bounced before it got to George Hill there. Fortunately, he hadn't attacked it as much as probably like. Maybe he's thinking it was going to just bounce up off the end of one of them.
Good bit of fielding.
Scuffed up wickets,
smart bit of fielding.
Yeah, very smart bit of fielding. Good shot from Robinson, but only a single. 3 singles from 4 balls so far. Chauhan's bowled really, really nicely. Big shout. Gone for the sweep again. Oh, hesitation in the middle. Hit the stumps. And a dive from Ollie Robinson. Manages to get himself in. I think both batters were a little bit startled and not sure where the ball was going. They got stuck in the middle of the pitch. Adam Lyth, who came in from short third, I think he hesitated as well and didn't quite get the throw as he would like. And fortunately for Durham, Ollie Robinson's met it in and Durham have got a leg by.
Just feel like whether consciously the Durham batters have had a chat, but they just consciously seem to be just picking up the pace a little bit now. They're just a bit more intent perhaps than there has been.
Yeah, a few more sweep shots, thinking he's going to be bowling a lot more wrong-uns than he is leg spinners, and a good bit of fielding there by Adam Lyth at backward point, and it's the end of the 11th over, an excellent over from Chauhan. He's really bowled well. He's got 1 for 18 off his 3 overs. Durham 75 for 2 at the end of the 11th over.
Yeah, but boundaries are just difficult to come by, aren't they? Like I say, the bowlers have bowled to a plan. They've got the field set well. You mentioned before that the boundaries are not massive. Straight down the ground's probably the place to try and go if you can. But the bowlers really haven't given that opportunity to hit that way. I've been really impressed with the way the Yorkshire have approached this. But Durham is still in a really good position here. Yeah,
they've been smart. Have Yorkshire? They've bowled to their fields. They've bowled to the middle of the not the middle of the surface, but around about that 6 metre mark. They've not given Durham a chance to get their hands free. Seam bowlers have either gone for the base of the bat or the splice of the bat, and the spin bowlers have turned it as Thompson comes in again. Again, good ball, straight, back of a length. You can only hit that down the ground if you're going with a straight bat, and he's asking you, can you hit it with a horizontal bat into the leg side or the cut shot or the pull shot? It's a big, I think that's a bit too full for
tough.
The pull shot.
Yeah, it's a real tough shot. It's a real risk to take as well, because if it keeps low, the likelihood is you might drag it on, or if it doesn't, you're going to splice it in the air.
Quality performer in this form of the game is Jordan Thompson again. Just rolls his fingers across the seam. Yeah. Somebody who has in the past bowled 4 overs at the death for Yorkshire. And teams he's played for all around the world and franchises. He's got a decent franchise list as Jordan Thompson. He bowled excellent last night, end of the power play, then 2 overs at the end of the game. Somebody who does bowl really, really well at the death. He holds his nerve. Handy batter as well. Good all-rounder for the Yorkshire Vikings. Clark gives himself some room, opens up that offside, and this time Thompson follows him, and George Hill, I think it is, down on the...
Just pushed it for 4.
Just manages to push it for 4. It wasn't John Hill, it was big Conor McCurr who's managed to push it for 4. And it was a welcome boundary from Graham Clark.
That's just relieved a little bit of pressure there, because the Durham batters, like I said, they are looking for boundaries more now, definitely. You mentioned the bowlers just taking the pace off the ball, the last couple of balls there. Difficult to hit it when there's no pace on it, but that was a really good shot.
6 from the first 3 balls. This time Clark's give himself some room, and Jordan Thompson's followed him, and that's a lovely shot down the ground. A really nice shot, straight bat, straight over the top of the bowler's head. And this is becoming a productive over from Durham.
The bowler would be really disappointed with himself there. It's the first ball he's really put up in the slot to be hit. All of the others he's made the batsman really work for the runs there, but that was a little bit floaty, a little bit too full. Decent batsman and good nick are going to hit that, and like you say, it was put away.
Yeah, it's the first time that they haven't either hit the base of the bat or hit the pitch hard. This time again, short of a length, clipped into the leg side, and they got a chance. Shout is 2, and yes.
I think the bowler's hurt himself here by the looks of things.
Yeah, he looks as though he's a little bit of discomfort. The footmarks are a little bit worn. See the Yorkshire physio just starting to make his way towards the edge of the boundary. Jordan Thompson, Mark Wood style. Got a little bit less velocity.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Mark Wood and for England. Came away with a narrow defeat against South Africa. Managed to play brilliantly against the West Indies, did England, but unfortunately in this game, England have fallen just short. South Africa have won by 7 runs. England having to chase 164 in that contest. Again, Thompson comes in, goes full this time. Manages to get a leg by Durham.
Just firing the ball into the pads again, not letting the batsman get his arms free. That was the boundary straight down the ground. Like you say, the batsman just managed to get free his arms and hit straight through. The bowler's just firing it into his legs now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another change at the far end now, just to mix things up a little bit.
End of the 12th over, and that was a leg by to keep Graham Clark on strike. Clark 47, 32. Robinson 10 off 9. 8 overs remaining. Durham are going at 7.3 runs per over. And probably wanting another 40 or 50 runs minimum from here, as Dan Moriarty comes on for his fourth over. He's got 1 for 18, and he's bowled very, very well.
Yeah, I would say he's probably been the pick of the bowlers so far. Again, he's got the ball into the pads. He's not let the batsmen get their arms free and hit the ball through the offside or even straight. Everything's gone through sort of wide mid on into mid wicket, which is where he's trying to get the batsman to play through there.
Yeah, big tall man, tall release point, gets everything out of himself. This time full toss into the leg side, just clipped from Ollie Robinson. He'd be disappointed he didn't get more of that. You can just see by just the way he sort of shrugged his shoulders. It was feel as though he could have gotten that more into the gap, but I think that sometimes happens with batters when the boundaries aren't coming as frequent. This time Clark gives himself some room and just leading edge into the offside.
Yeah, you almost feel that sometimes if you miss hit it, you've got more chance of getting 2.
Yeah.
If you strike the ball well towards the field, it's going to get there too quickly. So almost something that's only just going to get outside the 30-metre circle is the best shot. A
short ball from Moriarty. This time shouters too, but they won't get there. Simon Brown is just saying that because of the size of the boundaries. If you hit the ball nice and you hit the ball well, the likelihood is that you're only going to get a single. And the only real part is sort of extra cover or mid-wicket. They're the pockets that I think there's enough space to get 2 in. This time a little bit short. And he's gone! Bowled him!
He's dragged it on.
It's a fantastic bit of bowling from Moriarty. Graham Clark's given himself some room naturally, and the ball hasn't quite bounced as much as what Clark was thinking, and he's got an under edge onto off stump, and Yorkshire, rightly so, delighted to get Durham's danger man out. Clark's gone for 49 off 35 balls, and Durham on 92 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket for Yorkshire that. Clark was, like you say, clearly just starting to pick up the pace a little bit, having a bit more impetus in the way that he was batting and looking to pick up some boundaries as well. So Durham need to make sure that the run rate doesn't drop too much here with a new batsman coming in.
Yeah, that's 5th ball of the over. 4 singles and a wicket off that five ball so far from Dan Moriarty, and you could sense that the boundary was what Graham Clark and Ollie Robinson were looking for. Robinson got a full toss at the start of the over, and he thought he should have put that away. You could see by his body language. As Baz de Leede comes to the crease, strides to the crease, straight from the Caribbean. He's brought the weather with him. He's definitely brought, I'll say that, he hasn't brought the weather with him because it's been raining in the Caribbean and America for the last 2 weeks. So, but somebody who's represented the Netherlands very, very well in the World T20, and somebody who I think is a very, very good player. And comes into the T20 Blast, his first game in the T20 Blast after representing his country. Durham not in a hole, but they'll need to go a little bit fast forward as this time just bounced a little bit from Moriarty. And has he getting that? Oh, he has got an edge on it. He has got an edge on it, and the wicketkeeper is not very happy. Ferreira's not happy there. He hasn't managed to get it because it was a thin outside edge, and that has gone from a good over just to take a little bit of gloss off it from Dan Moriarty's point of view. He's bowled fantastically well. Boundary at the end of the over.
I always used to feel cheated when I was bowling if that happened. If you, like you say, you bowled a really good over, you managed to pick up a wicket, and you've actually finished the over with a really good ball that somebody's, tried to square cut a ball that was too close to him and got quite a thickish edge, and it's flown past the keeper. And you mentioned before about the boundaries being short down there, that it's only ever going to be a boundary.
Welcome boundary for Durham. Moriarty finishes his 4 overs, 2 for 26. This time Bess around the wicket. And Robinson. Yorkshire quite happy being on the edge of the circle here. They're not looking to push in and try and save the single, more especially at Robinson more than anything else. And try and put the squeeze on, knowing that Durham are desperate for boundaries. Yeah, 7.5, 7.4 is the run rate so far. Durham will just want to up that if they want to, what I think would be a par total of about 141, well, 145, 155.
Yeah, I think anything over 150 is a pretty good score actually. Interesting, bowlers just bowled that little bit slower. It's the first time we've seen him take the pace off the ball just to make it more difficult for the batsman to manipulate it.
Best in again. This time, Robinson. This time, Deleta's looking to hit it squarer than that, and just got a little bit of a leading edge. 2 dot balls since he's come to the crease. This one a little bit faster, shorter. Again, hit it, clothed it into the offside, and you can just sense the pressure starting to build here on the Durham all-rounder. Best in again. Again, Fuller. Quite happy for the single down the ground. 2 singles from 5 balls so far. And, this has been a very, very good over, very productive over for Yorkshire.
You can just tell the bowler's really keen to get the ball back in his hands and bowl the next ball, just keep the pressure on the batsman.
Robinson finishes the over. 2 is the call. Deleta's quick, but I'm not sure he's that quick.
No,
ball into the leg side. Former England captain Joe Root. I think the majority of this Seat Unique Riverside have come to watch bat today for the last time in domestic cricket, and that is a good over from Bess. He's bowled 2 overs now, 0 for 9. Durham at the end of the 14th over and 99 for 3.
Yeah, Durham really needs somebody to take the innings by the scruff of the neck now. It's probably going to mean taking a few more risks, but I think somebody needs to just start trying to take things on a little bit more now. Again, I think we've got the leg spinner back on. Remember, just got to see where's the right place to try and score. Personally, I think straight down the ground if possible.
Yeah, there's a big gap, isn't there, between Root and Bess at long on and long off. Trying to protect the boundary on the sort of square on the side, and going for the sweep shot. His Robinson again. Cowan bowl into his field. 100 up for Durham after 14.1 overs. I think Yorkshire will be quite happy where they are at this moment in time. The sprint finish to come. Durham have got a few wickets in hand. I think Yorkshire will be quite happily. And again, leg spinner this time from Cohan, who really has been impressive. He's bowled very, very nicely. He's bowled 1 over. Sorry, he's got 1 for 19 off his 3.2 overs.
Really good control, hasn't he?
Yeah, excellent really control. Well. Excellent control. Great. He's really nice action. Good bounce at the crease. His run up is very, very comfortable. Looks to spin it. Again, he did there. This time he's going to have to go and chase it himself. 2 is the call.
That's just what I was saying at the end of the previous over there. The ball really only got as far as the 30-metre circle, so the bowler ended up going after it himself. It was 50-50 whether it was the boundary fielder that was going to come in and get it or the bowler. You're almost better off not hitting it too well. It's easier said than done, but if you can just knock it that sort of distance, the likelihood is you're going to manage to pick up 2. The alternative is that you go big and try and get brave and hit it over the top.
Definitely got to maximise coming back for the second if the boundaries aren't coming. This time a bit shorter, googly this time again. 2 is the call. Is Robinson going to come back? Bess picks up one-handed but didn't quite get it straight away. I think there might have been 2 on there, but I think Robinson wants to strike. I think Ollie Robinson wants to take a little bit more responsibility. He's the senior partner here. And Deleta just coming out. He's got 8 off 8 balls. One of them was a boundary off his very first ball. Robinson 15 off 14 balls. 4 runs gone. 4 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. 7 runs and over so far are Durham. Probably need to be a little bit more than that. This time he bowls it from well behind the stumps in a direct hit, and I think he might be not gone.
No.
One thing that is gone, the stumps have gone.
Yeah, everything's gone.
He's took everything with him there. There was no holding back there by the Yorkshire Vikings wicketkeeper, but I actually thought that was a direct hit. I thought it's hit the stump straight on.
I thought to start with, but I think if it had been, he would have been out. I think the fact that the keeper had to collect it and knock the stumps over was probably just the only saving grace. But it's the sort of risk I think Durham are probably going to start taking more now.
I had them gone for all money there.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's been a good over. 5 runs from the over so far. Can Cohen get out of this over with a dot ball or a single. Can Durham get that boundary? There's so much needed. Pulled into the leg side. Excellent bit of fielding. Good throw. Durham batters nearly ran into each other. But they've managed to finish off the over very, very well, very, very quickly. 2 runs from it. And again, 7 runs from the over. 106 for 3 at the end of the 15th. And I think we're going to have a comms change, because Ashley Thorpe's going to come in alongside Scott Borthwick and Gordon Mitchell.
Thank you, gentlemen. Big 5 overs in store here, as we see out at the end of the first innings here. 106 for 3 as we welcome Gordon. I nearly called you Mel again. You can put that on your tick list again, mate. Melonhead. And Scotty Borthwick, yeah.
Melonhead. To be fair, Muchie, I've just stood from behind you, and the bit of melon at the top is gone thin, isn't it?
Anyway, I'm going to save you as Don Best comes into the attack, and that one is driven straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, little shuffle of his feet there from Ollie Robinson, and meets the full toss and drills it straight down the ground for, again, a lovely boundary. So yeah, I saved you there, mate. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Big partnership, this, I think. Like, the last sort of partnerships we've had, we've sort of lost wickets at the wrong time, haven't we?
Oh, and that's full, and
how is that missed?
Robinson's yorked, and Don Best hands on head.
I'm not sure if he hit that into his foot and it was an actual catch as well.
It was very busy, a lot going on there. Pereira behind the stumps. Don Best round the wicket. And Robinson slog sweeps that one out into the deep. And a diving effort is to no avail. And they're just checking. I think it's 6.
Yeah, I think it's 6. Yeah.
And the umpire's doing a little dance out there, and he raises his arms. Not quite Billy Bowden style, but the arms are up. And a lovely slog sweep. And Ollie Robinson just goes from strength to strength to Durham. Picks up 6, moves on to 26. Durham 116 for 3. And he gives himself a bit of room, and he carves that away into the offside. Beautiful hands. Great. Scott, what are you thinking a par score is now? We keep going from 180 down to 160.
I'll be interested to see what the lads are actually thinking out there, because I heard you guys say earlier, I don't think it's a 200 pitch, but the beauty of this at the moment, we've still got 7 wickets in hand. So like we can actually go hard for the next 5 overs and not worry about losing too many wickets. Like, I think right now you're looking at, I mean, can you get another 50? Can you go at 10s for the last 5? Can you get to sort of 160, 170? Because I think that'd be a really good score in here. Because I don't think it's going to get easier to bat.
No, and Durham have picked a team based on that, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously the worry with the Yorkshire batting lineup, they're very top heavy. I mean, if they get off to a good start, they've got some big players at the top. But yeah, look, if we can get to 160 now, I think it's a great effort. I think it's a really good score.
Foot down from here, Muchie. 4 overs left.
Yep, we've got that base. Obviously only 3 wickets down, so we've got some wickets in the hutch. I'm still sticking with 180.
Good lad, like it. Thoughts on the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, we can't quite see the full crowd from here. We can't quite see how big.
Yeah, she's full all the way around.
Yeah, amazing. It's gone a bit cloudy though, isn't it? I mean, it'll probably still be warm, but
there's definitely no chance of rain. Oh God, I shouldn't have said that with my record.
You'd hope not.
Jordan Thompson into the attack from the Finkel end. This is tucked away into the leg side by Busteleda. And they'll just pick up the single as Don Best scurries in and slips a little bit. But good energy from him to prevent the second run.
I think Yorkshire have actually bowled really well, you know. I think the seamers especially, they've bowled really straight. And they've hit that sort of top of the stumps length, haven't they? And they've not really given us much width.
Absolutely. Don Best there just stretching down in front of us. Little limp. And the old paddle attempted there, but it's going to be a wide.
Great take from the keeper.
Very athletic behind the stumps, Pereira.
That Don Best hairstyle just reminds me of something when Mitchell Claydon first came over. Tim Wellick was the writer for the Northern Echo. He still might be the writer. And I think Mitch had a bit of an iffy day, and he said there might be highlights in his hair, but there's no highlights in his bowling.
He was a brutal man, but honest.
He was.
It's a good slower ball there from Thompson, and Robinson swings and misses. Yeah, I think on my debut, he said I should have been playing for the Darwin second 11 or something. He was probably right, to be fair.
I think he liked the local lads to get a go.
Yeah.
So sometimes when
it's all these foreigners, mate.
These foreigners came across, mate, he used to tuck into you.
From the back of the box, we've got Chubb and Harvey going. He just didn't like anybody. That makes me feel a little bit better. I've had sleepless nights for 20 odd years over that. Ollie Robinson picks it up, and he has got for 6.
Go ball, yes.
Had every confidence in that one, clearing the rope.
I think the winds are going that way as well, Dobby.
Absolutely
you
right.
See the flag over there, it's just blowing towards that.
Definitely not as strong as Sunday, but there is a breeze going from, and I keep knocking this bottle over, across the ground from the west. And Robinson needed probably every bit of that breeze to get over the head.
Good shot. Good bit of ball, actually. But slow
into
ball.
the pitch, yeah. He picked that one much better and picked it up.
I think we'll see a lot of that throughout the rest of the game now from the Yorkshire bowlers and from our lads later on. Slow balls.
126 now for 3. Accelerator down. And that one's a big swing. And is there an edge on that one? There is. And Robertson goes. It was a good length ball. It was right in the slot. And you're backing Ollie Robinson to do some damage with that. But it's a big wicket for Yorkshire.
Yeah, massive. As I said, the previous wickets we'd lost, it was just after getting a little partnership, wasn't it? It'd be nice to take a set batter into the last 3 overs, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Michael Jones, the new batter. Muchie, did you see much of his exploits at the World Cup?
I saw him put one on the roof. I can't remember who the bowler was, but
Chris Jordan, wasn't it, against England?
He strikes a clean ball. As I say, I think Robinson's a big miss there with them fast hands and this short boundary. Just been manipulate that length into some gaps. Would have been nice, but opportunity for Jones. And as I say, he's a man who's in a little bit of form, so fingers crossed he can continue that night.
It's a real handy wicket, that, and we talked about the golden arm of Jordan Thompson. He seems to relish these big occasions in bowling in these big moments. He's picked up another wicket there. Robinson goes for 33.
I think he'd be a little bit disappointed as well, because I think that was in the slot.
Yeah.
Maybe he's went a little bit too square. Should have looked straight.
Maybe he's thinking third man in the ring. He's almost trying to
carve
a bit
it
square,
over.
almost do sort of backward point region, third man region. But yeah, be disappointed.
Thompson in again. This one's pushed away by Jones out into the leg side, and they've got to come back for 2.
Yeah,
and
great
they do really, really comfortably, actually. Lovely weight of the shot, matched by the running from the 2 lads that have just back from the World Cup. Have you seen much of them, Badge, since they've come back?
No, first time seeing Baz today for a couple of weeks, actually. Forgot what he looked like. No, it's good to have them back. I mean, it's amazing that when guys go away and play international cricket and they get so much experience, don't they, playing against the best. And look, they both did all right, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the different conditions that they're faced out there. And Jones can't manage to get that one away. Ends a good over there from Thompson. He's been a little bit expensive so far tonight, but picks up an important wicket of Ollie Robinson. 3 overs remaining, and Durham are 128 for 4. 6 wickets still remaining, Muchie. What are we going to see in these last 3 overs?
Yeah, I'd maybe give themselves another over here to get going nice and busy, and then it's launch time, isn't it? Obviously, I think the seam's got probably 3 more, 2 overs to bowl. So we'll see.
I almost think it's launch time now.
I was just going to say, would you target this off spinner over?
Yeah, I think Baz and Jonesy, they've got to be targeting in best here. 18 balls. Can we get another 30?
Where's your boundaries at, Scotty? Where are you looking here?
Great question.
I think you either go straight. That's it.
And Best gets that one full and is driven back to him.
So it looks
a good length.
Short, straight boundary, isn't it? I think that's where you've got to be targeting here.
They're miles in, aren't they, the boundaries?
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
straight. Best in again from the Lumley, and this is full, and this will find the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. Missing his length there. Best trying to get full and under the batter, so he can't get that aerial.
Almost like he did with the first ball, almost like Yorker length, isn't it? Always tricky as a spinner, I think, to try and go Yorker length, because if you miss, it just then becomes a step hit.
Especially at that pace.
Yeah, I think where if you try and hit the top of the stumps and you miss, your margin's probably slightly bigger.
You might get the natural variations of the pitch as well.
Yeah.
Best comes in again, and this is fallen right in the slot, and it is drop kick straight over. I haven't used that term so far today, the drop kick.
Great shot.
That's hit over mid-off. Well, it's very straight mid-off. Buster Leader cashing in here. As Scott Borthwick said, I'd take this over on. And Deleda's hit a 4 and a 6 off the last 2 balls.
Again, it's right in the slot, wasn't it, from Bess? Like say, if you're spinning, you try and go full and you miss, it just then becomes a slot step hit, doesn't it?
And that was absolutely a step hit.
So would you be taking pace off, Scotty, or
no,
firing it in?
I think the length's most important. I think you've got to be, I touched on it early on, as a spin bowler now in white ball cricket, you've got to be able to try and hit the top of almost leg stump.
He's going to come round the wicket and he gets this one right in the block hole, but Lovely Hands has opened up the offside and he'll race back for 2. Deleda really quick between the wickets, as is Michael Jones, and that's great batting. Durham now 140 for 4.
Good skill that from Bass, wasn't it, just to open his wrists and get it to third man.
Lovely, using the pace of the ball as well. So Bess is trying to really almost operate as a seamer here, bowling full right in the block hole. But as you said there, use his hands nicely. Bess again. This one is length and it's slapped over his head. And he'll pick up another boundary there. Buster leader.
Great batting this. Great batting.
What do you think about the areas that he's targeted as well, Scott?
Yeah, like I said, I think he's got to go straight. I don't think Bess is really trying to spin this ball, so it's not like he's going to get done with the spin. And like I said, that straight boundary looks so small. I think as a batter, you're looking at that, you think, right, I've got to target that.
And it's a big gap, isn't it, between long on and long off?
Absolutely, yeah. And when it's such a small ground like this, the angles become like hard to defend.
And I think he's hit that one, talking about angles, straight down long off's throat. And he goes, but do you know what it is? You're probably happy with that. You would like it to seem, obviously, continue on. But the fact he's got a lot of intent there, and that was a big over that for Durham.
Definitely, yeah.
But he goes now 144 for 5. He's done a good job there, Buster Leader.
He'd be disappointed there, Bus, because I think that was almost in the slot, wasn't it?
Maybe just a touch fuller than the one before. He's
almost potentially tried hit too hard. But like you said, great over. What was it, 16 off it there?
Yeah, it's gone for 28 off 18 balls. Yeah. Caught by Conor McCurr down there at long off. And we're going to see probably one of Durham's longest serving players now, Ben Rain, out there, who's been in super form with the bat, not just the ball this year, but he's made useful contributions all season with the bat, Scott.
Yeah, definitely. He's a proper cricketer, isn't he? I mean, any format, he's one of the first names on the team sheet, isn't he? I mean, I know as a captain of the red ball side, he's an absolute joy to have in the side. He's a batter and a bowler, obviously.
So 144 now, 12 balls remaining. Michael Jones on strike. The only problem is Durham have 2 new batters at the crease. Michael Jones, almost the MS Dhoni helicopter, picks that up off his hip and whips it away past fine leg for 4.
How fast was his hands there?
You ever play a helicopter shot like that, mate, in your day?
No, just a traditional glance, mate.
The game's changed much, hasn't it? Honestly, I mean, I'm obviously still playing the game now, but I watch some players now, some batters, and the way they hit the ball, I'm gobsmacked at times.
That's just different cricket.
Yeah.
Mate, I saw him play a couple of them actually in the World Cup, and he did, like say, launch Jordan. He picked that ball up off his hip beautifully there. This is a slow ball, and it looks very wide, and the umpire says it absolutely is, and he'll have to re-ball that one. 149 now on the board. And Durham just getting into that territory where they're looking to go beyond the 160 mark.
He's loading up on that back foot. He's got a lovely little point with his front toe as well. I like that.
Just puts his weight on his back foot, ready to launch. And then you see his weight go back through the ball. It's amazing. He's got big, obviously long levers as well.
He baseballs that one back to Thompson.
Run, Ben.
And that nearly a mix-up there, but the deflection off Thompson's hand, and that'll hurt.
Coggers would have caught that, wouldn't he?
One hand, one bounce.
Brings up the 150 for Durham. And that has hurt Thompson as he rings his left hand. Michael Jones, it wasn't up until I think about 2 years ago, I'd never really seen him, and this is no slight or slur on him, hit the ball off the square. Then there was a pre-season game in here for the T20.
Yeah.
And he just hit the ball over extra cover for 6 nearly every other ball.
Yeah, he did. Like I say, he was a very traditional red ball cricketer, up and down. And then, like I say, that T20 knock was a practice game, wasn't it?
It was, as Thompson a slower ball, and Ben Rain chips this one, and probably the perfect club length as it lands one bounce out into the deep, and he'll get off the mark and pick up a single. 151 for 5.
Yeah, that T20 practice game, I think Ash Turner was the T20 captain at the time, and he'd never seen him play white ball cricket, and he slogged it in this practice game, and Ash just said he needs to play. Like he's too good of a T20 player not to be part of the squad. Such long levers, like I say, can hit the ball miles. One of the purest strikers we've got in our squad, I reckon, can hit the ball a long way.
There he is as he crouches, and he does load up, and he slaps that one down to long off with huge power.
He's hit the ball hard. His role's changed this year as well. Obviously, last year he was at the top of the order, wasn't he? I think about 3 most of the comp. Right, this year, Leasy and Campbell have tried to hold him back almost until the last 4 overs, which is obviously a completely different role when you're used to being at the top.
And that's the match-winning role, isn't it? It's the hardest role to play.
Definitely. Well, Ash Turner does it so well, doesn't he? Some of his scores go under the radar. He gets a 20 not out, 30 not out, and it's a match-winning 20, isn't it? Or
Thompson in, takes all the pace off that, but that will be another wide. All important runs these for Durham, and this will obviously have to be re-bowled.
And if you get it right, I mean, there's lots of money to be made in these franchises. You look at someone like Tim David, who's not really played any first-class cricket and goes around.
I don't think he has.
No.
And does an unbelievable job.
Yeah.
It's like you can have 6 good balls in T20s and make the big bucks, can't you?
Absolutely.
You have a strike rate of 200 or 300, and you do 3 sixes. And
Ben Rain gets right across his stumps, and I'm not sure how that has missed, but it has beaten leg stump, but the umpire, rightly in my opinion, doesn't call that a wide, as Ben Rain's got right across to the offside.
It's probably the right shot from Ernie, though, looking at this field. I mean, he doesn't really have to hit that hard, does he? Fine leg up in the wing, he just has to get some sort of bat on that.
Anything on that races away for a boundary. But yeah, I spoke to Tim David a couple of years ago. I hadn't seen him for a while, and he was playing for Surrey in a semi-final up here. And he'd gone from this tall, skinny kid to an absolute beast, and he went, you know, my job now is I might only face 10 balls and need to hit 6 of them for 6.
Yeah.
So that's how the game has changed. And Ben Rain this time is cleaned up, stumps everywhere. And again, I think that was the ball actually probably that he wanted.
Yeah, definitely. He's punching his bat there. He's obviously disappointing with he's missed that, because, like you say, if you want a ball to hit over fine leg, that's probably it.
Maybe try to hit it too hard?
Yeah, I think so. Like even the one before, he's tried to thump it, where you just get any type of bat on that as 4.
He didn't quite get his base, did he? He was on the move as he was trying to hit that. And like you say, the way Thompson nails his Yorkers, I think that was definitely the right option. Top off the lead and not being too upset that he's hit that one down there. I think he was trying to do the right thing. Obviously, probably got the ball he wanted.
What you don't want at this stage is for Durham's innings just to nosedive away and give Yorkshire that momentum into the second innings. So it's a big few balls here for Durham, as 6 balls remaining. Ben Dorshus is the new batter, and it's actually a big night for Ben Dorshus, who has come over as the overseas player and the profile, and then has found himself out of the team.
Yeah. I mean, look, going back to franchise cricket, that happens, doesn't it? You sign your big overseas players, and then you don't get picked. It's tough school, isn't it? But it's almost a franchise world, isn't it? In this day and age with T20 cricket. But he obviously gets his go tonight with Ash being injured.
Conor McCurr in, and Michael Jones picks this up.
Good gap.
And the fielders haven't picked it up. And that looks like a 4. Or is it
4?
Come on, ref. There's a mix-up out in the deep, and the 2 umpires are looking at each other.
Look at
the 2 fielders are looking at each other. I'm going to say very guiltily.
That's definitely 4.
All the hands up.
Look at all the members and fans.
Yeah, that was I used to get that when I walked off, to be fair.
The boos.
Yeah, sorry, I did it again. But yeah, that looks suspiciously like 4 to me.
Definitely.
I might be biased
we're a long
slightly.
way from here, but that looked 4. Come on, Jonesy.
Michael Jones on strike. And he gets length, and he doesn't have to worry about the fielders this time. And the members, if they want to, can throw it back. If not, they can maybe throw a chip with a bit of tomato sauce on Scotty, because that's 6.
That's a great shot. Great shot. Amazing from Jonesy. Like I say, he can hit the ball so hard.
Into the wind, into the members. Big hit.
Big hit. It's probably the biggest part of the ground at the minute, isn't it? With the boundaries in a little bit, but that's probably the biggest size, isn't it?
160 up now, 161 for 6, 4 balls remaining. Can Durham cash in and get another couple of boundaries and push that north of 170? It's Conor McCurr in. Not quite hit his length those first 2 balls. He does on this occasion. Great Yorker. And Jones digs it out and will pick up a single to bring Ben Dorshus on strike. 162 now for 6.
I think if you're Ben Dorshus here, you've just got to be smart and just give him a 1. Let Jonesy face the last 2 balls. Just get off strike.
I've stood next to Ben Dorshus, and he's much bigger than me, and he can do what he wants. He's bloody enormous.
To be fair, I think he can hit a long ball. Yeah. So I mean, but
I think you're right in the context.
With 3 balls to go,
yeah,
just let Jonesy face the last 2. If Jonesy hits the last 2 for 2 boundaries, then we walk off with momentum, don't we?
really important.
We get up to 170, which I think is a very good score on this pitch.
McCur's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Dorcius. And he just ignores Scott Borthwick and slaps it over cover.
Go the ball. Go ball.
Three would be good.
He'll pick up a comfortable 2. Probably not hit as well as we all initially thought.
Yeah. Bit clubbed, wasn't it?
Yeah, but again, 2 runs to the total and an important 2. As this over so far has gone for 11. Can we get a boundary just to close out the innings? Give Stephen Harmison and Simon Brown and Andy Sixsmith something nice to talk about in the interval. 2 balls, 2 big balls in the game. Dorcius again finds that gap at cover. He hits this one a lot better than the first one. It's excellent bit of fielding out there in the deep. So Adam Lythe out there, I think, scrambling away, prevents the boundary. But another 2 runs to Durham.
Come on, boundary ball. Get us to 170.
166 now on the ball. 1 ball remaining. And this is where, can you get that boundary and walk off with your chest puffed out and the momentum all in your favour? And the crowd, there's a bit of expectation in the crowd. You can hear the hum. It's nice. It's a good vibe here at the City Unique Riverside tonight. Dorcius across his stumps and he slaps this one away and he times that one again.
What a shot that is.
Scotty Borthwick's reaction.
To me.
Yeah,
I'm really pleased.
Keep the strike. He knows nothing.
He's got 8 off 3 balls.
That's why he's the red ball captain.
Yeah.
But no, excellent finish. Durham 170.
Yeah.
Scotty?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I think it's a good score. That was an amazing little finish that from Jones, Robbo, the leader, to get us up to 170. I think that's a really good score. Like I say, we take that momentum, what we've just had for the last 3 or 4 overs, into that first 6 overs of our bowling. Can we get an early wicket? Get me to Lythe or Milan at early. Be massive. But yeah, I'm pleased with 170.
Gordon?
Yep, good. I think obviously a good little finish there last couple of overs. So we've took the momentum in, and as you say, early wickets. The wicket hasn't played as well as it did the other night. It's just holding and a bit of spin. So the three frontline spinners we've picked, I think we're in with a good chance.
So Durham end the first innings on 170 for 6. Star performers probably Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, and some good cameos all the way through from Buster Leader and then Ben Dorcius and Michael Jones to finish off. Yorkshire need 171 to win, and we're going to hand you over to Andy Sixsmith, Stephen Harmison and Simon Brown.
Thanks, Ash. Well, Muchie said 180, Scotty said 160. It was guaranteed to be right in the middle, wasn't it? 170 for 6 from Durham's innings on Derby Day. Delighted to be joined as ever by Steve Harmison and a Daffer News studio debut for Simon Brown. I've got to come to you first, Chubby, then, making your debut as a pundit in this wonderful little studio. You looking forward to the punditry or not? You sounded good on comms.
It's very kind of you to say.
I'm biased.
I didn't get many compliments when I played here, so that's a good start.
We're nicer in the studio, mate. We're nicer. Let's focus on the cricket then. 170. I mean, that's not a bad total on this pitch, Army, you would have said.
Yeah, good second half of the innings. I thought Durham started quite well. Then there was a little bit of a lull in the middle, and they were set up. But I said, I think at the end of my first stint that I think Durham were maybe 10-15 short, but I think Yorkshire would have said, yeah, but we would have liked a couple more wickets. And I think it's always when you've got wickets in hand, you can have a very, very good innings of an innings, especially the way the boundaries are. So, yeah, positive at the end, 170. Like Scott said there, a wicket or 2 in the power play to get a Lythe, Milan in and route in and out. Yeah. And I think Durham have had an excellent sort of back end. So, look, I thought the spin bowlers bowl really well. And I think Durham, from a selection point of view, have read the wicket really well because they've got 3 spinners in the team, frontline spinners, and one of their seamers in Ben Rain, a little bit like Jordan Thompson. He can bowl a lot of off-cutters and pace off the ball. So effectively, Durham have got 4 slow bowlers, and that will suit that pitch.
Before you even started then, Simon, would you, if someone had said you can have 170 for 6, would you have taken it?
I think I probably would, actually. Yeah. I think particularly after seeing the first maybe 2 or 3 overs, seeing how difficult it was going to be to score boundaries. Yeah. I think Durham have done really well, as Harmy said, towards the end of the innings to pick the pace up. It did look at one point like we might have struggled to claw past 150. Yeah. So I think getting to 170 is a really good effort.
And once again, Clarkey, it's all right, he didn't make his 50 necessarily, Harmy, but it's another solid innings and he played some lovely, lovely shots throughout.
Yeah, when you look at, I think 50s and 100s, Jubble probably you have an opinion on this. As a batter, if you get 50 or 100, in a 50-over game or a first-class match, it means something. I don't think 50s mean a great deal when it comes to individual milestones, when it comes to the sort of the T20 form of it. Yes, it's nice when you get that, but I think it's how you contributed to the team. Can you do it quickly? Your strike rate's more important. And I think in Graham Clark, over the course of the last 3 or 4 games, his strike rate has been so good at getting Durham not only off to a good start, but keeping the momentum going through the innings. And again, he carried on that today.
Regardless of it, we call it a solid innings at times. It looked really, really nice and comfortable for Clarkie, Simon, but he'll still be going off, like Harmy says, blooming frustrated. Not
I think he might, like you said, get another run to get to 50. But I was thinking actually watching him bat, he got to 40 and I couldn't remember any shot that he'd played, which is actually a real compliment. It might sound like a backhanded compliment, but it is. He played really nicely, timed the ball beautifully, knocked the ball into the gaps, turned a lot of ones into twos as well. I thought he played a really, really good innings.
And you touched upon it there, Harmy. I mean, Yorkshire just seemed to pick up big wickets at the right time all the way through the innings.
I thought their spinners bowled really well. I thought Moriarty started well with best. Gohan came on, who is a lovely bowler. His action was fantastic. I thought his googlies were, his wrong-uns were not just on the money. A little bit like Rashid, Del Rashid, who's one of Yorkshire's greatest ever spin bowlers. I thought his pace was spot on, but the length he bowled, and especially with the wrong-un, it's always a doubt in the batter's mind. When you're facing a leg spinner, especially if he's got a good wrong-un. I thought the 3 spin bowlers bowled very, very well. But credit to Durham, they identified what the strength was on this surface. So they played them with respect and then looked to cash in when the seamers came on. Come back to the team, and Durham's team they've got one extra probably frontline spin bowler in there, and obviously they've got Ben Rain as well. So I think Durham would be quite happy where they're sitting at this moment in time.
And we, of course, here in the Daft News studio, right the way across Chester Street, we love to pick our players. So we want them to represent England. Ollie Robinson, a lot of talk around Ollie potentially getting the call up for England. What do you reckon, Sam? Because it's another, decent innings from him again today.
It is. I mean, there's competition for that place in the England side, but like you said, you can only keep turning performances in, and he is. And if his name keeps getting mentioned, I hope he gets a chance.
What about Baz Lader as well? Because there was one over in there. I think it was off Bess, wasn't it? Don Bess went for 16. Obviously, Baz lost his wicket eventually, but just got 16, which just turned the tide ever so slightly. You would have thought.
Yeah, there's that word in cricket which I don't like, momentum, and it did.
You say it all the time.
It flipped. It flipped it in a way which I thought was. He came in, Delaney, and he got off to a boundary. He nicked one, and he wasn't caught. And then all of a sudden, there was 4 dot balls, and you're thinking, "Oh, this could be dangerous for not only for Durham but for Delaney because he gets out there. I mean, the pressure is huge then going on to Durham. But what he did was he just held his nerve, held his sort of calmness, shows what a sort of quality cricketer he is, and then he identified which is the bowler, where he went. Me and Chubb were talking on air just as we come off the area to go boundary, which was straight down the ground, and he hit some lovely shots down the ground.
But in terms of the chase that Yorkshire have coming, that pitch isn't going to get any better necessarily. The conditions are going to get worse for batting. Does it make Durham slight favourites, do you reckon, Sam?
I think it's really even. I think Harmy mentioned it earlier on. You look at the top order that Yorkshire have got. It's really important that we make inroads into that. So we either put pressure on them, get the scoreboard, and keep things tight, and put some pressure on and try and pick up a wicket that way. Or hopefully, let's say somebody bowls well, bowl a couple of good balls, and nick out some of the good batters. But it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a tight chase.
Regardless of that top order from Yorkshire, though, you'd have thought that the Durham spinners are going to be licking their chops a little bit.
Yeah, but we're talking about a guy who every time England go to India or Sri Lanka, he keeps getting double hundreds against Jadeja and Ashwin and people like that. We're talking about a player. I've bigged him up because I think the world of the lad. I've known him since he was 18-year-old and thought, the ceiling was endless at that point. And you're going, where's his next development here? And when he goes over to the subcontinent, probably the best player of spin outside the subcontinent, if arguably the best player of spin in the world. So I'm not sure Joe Root's going to worry too much about these conditions. I think he's seen it all before with 45,000 people screaming at him. I don't think he's going to worry. The thing for Durham is, can they get pressure from the other end? Can they get Milan or Lythe out? Can they get Root in early? And then can they get one of them out? Then all of a sudden, if by the end of the power play we can get Durham can get Yorkshire 2 down, and that's like 2 of them 3 out, then you'd think, right, Durham have got a great chance of winning. So I think while Joe Root is in the middle, Yorkshire will always have a chance.
Absolutely. We've done our best to jinx Joe anyway in the Davin News studio. Nothing personal, Joe, at all. Obviously, playing at home tonight, Simon at Chester Street. On Derby night, how big of an impact can the crowd have, just in terms of, not they need it, but just to raise the energy at points in this innings that maybe it's not going to be going quite for Durham?
No, I think it does, definitely. And I think we saw it towards the end of the innings there in particular.
Yeah.
Sort of score a few more boundaries. Suddenly the noise level just goes up. The players just get a little bit more sort of adrenaline, if you like. I hope that's the way that we start the innings, not just we don't wait for something to happen. I hope the crowd get behind the team straight away.
We said it was a big win against Lancashire on Sunday. To back that up with a win tonight over a Yorkshire team that is packed full of talent, that's just beaten Lancashire itself, what would that do for the lads, do you reckon?
I think it'd be huge. I think if Durham were to win tonight, it would be a huge win, because I sat here and said to you just before the Lancashire game, I think Durham are getting close to must-win situations. But what they've done is, if they do get over the line tonight, and they've beaten Yorkshire, Lancashire, what it'll do to them further in the tournament, stand them in good stead, that if they do get to the knockout, or close to the knockout stages, where they need to win a high-pressured game, they've just played against two of the biggest counties in the country, with a big crowd, and they've getting over the line. So I think from a psychological point of view, if Durham can win tonight, and manage to sort of get off to a good start and win tonight, that will stand them in good stead, not only in the group, but as the tournament goes on, because as the tournament goes on, there's more pressurised games, getting into the final stages of the group, and then also if you can manage to finish in top four, you get into a quarter-final stage. You get into that point, well, you've just had two good games against Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Because we didn't talk about this before, did we? But I mean, the North group is blooming tight, isn't it?
It is a tough group, I mean, and it should be.
Yeah.
You look at the counties that are in there, it should be. It should be a really, really tough place to play.
Absolutely. Just finally, before we hand back the commentary team, Durham going to do this? What do you guys reckon?
There's one player in that I've mentioned him a few times. There's one player in that team that would worry me.
Yeah.
It's his last game for Yorkshire before he signs off for the summer. I will be a lot more confident that Durham can win once J.E. Root walks back up the stairs before he walks down. And we're bigging up one of the greatest players that's coming. It's great to watch him. I'd like to watch him back for a little bit to keep him in good nick for England going further down the line. But I'd, as a Durham member and a Durham fan, I'd be so happy to see him at 66 walking back as opposed to walking out.
Simon, I imagine you're not going to disagree.
I don't disagree at all. The only thing I would say is I'd rather be fielding now than batting. I'd rather be in the fielding side's position. You've got more options. And like I say, you've got a great player to get out, but I think we'll do it.
And it's only 10 minutes, but you enjoyed your punditry stint?
Yeah, great.
How's the commentary going? Are you finding it all right or not?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Harmy joins in now and again. But, it's,
He has to somewhere. Listen, guys, thank you very, very much. That's all from us in the Daft News studio. Yorkshire are chasing 171 for the T20 win tonight in what we are describing as a very, very tight North group. Can Durham defend 170 and pick up a priceless second consecutive win in the Vitality T20 Blast 2024? Let's find out. Let's pass you back to your commentary team of Scott Borthwick, of Gordon Mitchell, and first, Mr. Ashley Thorpe.
Yeah, welcome back to the commentary box here, and it is Yorkshire in pursuit of 171 to win, and I'm going to be joined by Simon Brown, who has absolutely raced all of 3 feet from his chair.
It's about as far as I can manage now. So.
Absolutely. So welcome Simon, and welcome back to Scott Borthwick, as we're going to kick off the first 5 overs here in the second innings. So we've heard from Chubby during the break there. Scott, what are your thoughts? How's this poised?
Well, firstly, the academy were doing catching practice on the field, which is amazing to see. Like, imagine being an academy cricketer doing catching practice in front of
a big crowd.
A big crowd here. Like, it's amazing for them. So that was good to see. But yeah, honestly, I think we're just in the ahead of the game at the minute. We're 170. I think it's a good score on this pitch. George Drizzle with the first over here. He's been bowling really well, George. I've played a couple of second team games with him the last couple of weeks, and he seems like he's in a really good place. So yeah, he's bowling really well at the minute.
And he's going to start right arm round the wicket to Adam Lyth, and he's right on the money, and Lyth is off the mark first ball. I think I described George the other week as, I reckon, the ultimate club cricketer. He's a really good off spinner. He's a more than handy batter at this level, and at club cricket level, a very good batter. handy fielder, and just a genuinely pretty good bloke as well.
Yeah, great lad. Another one that is really likeable in the dressing room. Everyone's desperate for him to do well. He's obviously not had that many opportunities in the last couple of years since he's been with us. But every time he has, he's generally done well, hasn't he? He had a really good 50 over competition last season.
He's up against it here against two very experienced players in Dawood Milan, who tries to drive, and the two fielders there. Just checking if little shoulder injury there. He's okay.
I think it's all laughs and jokes. I think.
Is it Parky?
It's Clarkey, yeah. I think he's laughing. I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's alright.
Get on with it. Yeah, Jeff Cook would have said back in the day.
Yeah, beasting.
And that's another nice delivery there. Not offering any width and a really nice length, and good start so far from George Drizzle.
Yeah. Interesting comparison between him and Bess. When Bess opened the ball really flat and really quick, and where George hasn't, he's taken the pace off the ball and made the batter actually play the shot.
Comes in again, and he's over the top of the ball. He's a lot taller than Don Bess, isn't he? Which is definitely to his advantage on this pitch also. And another single there. 3 without loss so far, Yorkshire, and a pretty sedate start, which is, from a Durham point of view, lovely. Really nice crowd in tonight.
Yeah, it's good. Isn't it? Be interesting to see the figures.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that, see if we can get that information. And this is nicely driven out into the offside, where the skipper knocks that one on. But
Two touch from Leesy, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite nicely timed.
Yeah, it was. Nice shot. I think is a fielder, when the weather's warm, it's so much nicer, isn't it? Like, you don't mind the ball
Milan hits this one, which is drilled. And Michael Jones gets to use those long legs out into the offside. So that's going to end the first over at 5 without loss.
Good start
from George. Yeah, good start. Really easy, having bowled a good first 5 balls of the over, to lose a bit of concentration and go for a boundary at the end. Just needed a little bit of variety there as well. Batter gave himself a bit of room. Was obviously looking to hit the ball hard through the offside, and he just cramped him up a little bit. So good bowling, good awareness.
Yeah.
Chubb as a left arm swing bowler. What are your thoughts on opening up with spin? Do you like it?
I certainly think there's a lot to be said for having variety. If you've got seam at one end, spin at the other, I think that helps. It's almost trying to combat left and right hand batters, really. If you're doing that, like you say, take the pace off at one end. We saw in the first innings, it's a tough game for a seam bowler. It's a tough game for any bowler, but it's a tough game for a seam bowler. Your margin for error is so small, particularly in the power play as well. You've got so little protection. You've got to bowl really, really well and have a really good game plan as well. But I think having, like you say, one at either end and not being frightened to change it up if things don't go well.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have another left arm swing bowler into the attack, and oh my goodness, that is glorious hands from Adam Lyth. And that is the danger of having pace on the ball. He's just used that and maybe a touch of width. But a gorgeous shot there, Scott Borthwick. We'll appreciate that one.
Amazing shot. When you see a cover drive from left hand, it's always nice.
Isn't it?
Us two left-handers, so it's nice to see in it. But
no, it wasn't a bad ball. Like you say, it was. It was full. It swung away a little bit.
You've got to find that early, though, haven't you?
Yeah. What about if you're running in here, Chubby? Would you have a slip in, two left-handers trying to swing it? I mean, I know it's.
I'd be concerned about pitching it up too much, to be perfectly honest.
Dorshis comes in again, and this one is pitched up with a lot straighter, better line.
Yeah. I think if you are going to do that, you're right. I probably wouldn't have a slip in. What I might be inclined to do is have somebody on the drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to get somebody in the batsman's eye line as much as anything. You're not going to get. I don't think you're going to get a lot going to go to slip because, like I say, you daren't pitch it up that much. So I'd probably look to bowl quite a lot back of a length and straight, and then the odd ball pitched up a little bit more to try and swing it. But like I say, your margins are really tight.
I think though, if you have a slip in, I think from a mindset point of view, it shows that you want to take wickets. It shows that you want to attacking. And I think as a batter as well, if you got a slip in, you think the bowler's going to try and swing this.
And Dorshis again straight, not offering any width to Adam Lyth.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to you, Scotty. Probably can't see on camera. There's been a field change, which I've seen more and more this year compared to previous years. That third man's come into the circle and a deep backward point's gone in. Any particular reason why that's in fashion these days?
Yeah, it is. It's common at the minute, isn't it? I think it's you generally see it a lot at the death when guys are trying to bowl wide haul and the sort of third man comes in the circle and goes really fine.
Dorshis in again, and this one's too straight and down the leg side as Ollie Robinson tumbles and takes it down the leg side and be a wide.
I just wonder with that field place, and I know what you mean. I think that even if you've got a normal third man in, if somebody gets throws a bat at it and gets a relatively thick nick, it's probably going to go for 4 anyway.
Yeah, well, if you're he's almost like a deep gully, isn't he? That line there, he's almost trying to cover two shots really.
Yeah.
Like almost the one to third man and also the hard cut shot. Like that's just gone for 4. He might have got round and stopped that.
And this one's pulled up in the air, and I think that's going to carry on the wind and will go all the way for 6.
Good shot.
So just using the fact that I think he's worked out that Dorshers is trying to get straight. He's got inside that and picked it up off his hip beautifully.
Smart batting. He's very good. Like he's been a very, very good run scorer, hasn't he, across all formats of the last sort of 10, 15 years. But that is a strength of his. Anything sort of on his hip, he sort of picks that really well. Almost like Divenuto, like where you sort of
bit Stoneman as well in there.
As soon as it gets a sort of the thigh pad length and picks it up really well.
Puts the pressure on Dorshers, who hits the pitch hard and hits Adam Lyth right in the ribs.
Just as I said, it was his strength. He wears one.
Probably not as straight as the one before, and it just tickled the xylophone there of Adam Lyth, who's just struggling to breathe at the moment. He's a good character, Adam Lyth, and he'll play up on that a little bit. A bit of mayo on that one. 17 now without loss, but a good start for Yorkshire. But the pressure, back on the Durham Overseas. We're talking about the crowd there, and we've actually got the figure, which is over 5,500 in tonight, which is excellent.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Really good to see. Supporting their local club on a lovely Friday evening here at the Seat Unique Riverside, and Dorshers comes in, and Milan very gracefully runs that one away down to the sweeper at backward point, and that will end over number 2. Yorkshire are away with 18 on the board.
I think the bowlers very quickly realised that you're not going to get much change out pitching it up. You've got to whack it in back of the leg. He's obviously a big, strong bloke. Bowl the ball hard into the pitch and make somebody play a cross-bat shot, take a bit more of a risk. The one that he picked up for 6 was a great shot, but I think it was still a little bit too full. I think, like you say, that's the way forward. Bowl as straight as you can and whack it into the pitch.
I think that's what their seamers did pretty well, actually. Almost bowl top of the stumps, hitting that hard length, and you can almost bowl up like almost cross seamers, can't you? Especially on a wicket like this when it's two pairs in a used wicket.
Natural variation.
Yeah, definitely. Like one will skid off the shiny side, next one hit the seam and just grip a little bit.
Well, we're going to see the ultimate competitor into the attack, and Callum Parkinson is going to bowl from the Finkel end. Left arm over the wicket to the two left-handers. And this one is pushed down to mid-on.
A little bit of turn there. A little bit of turn.
It'll be interesting to see how he uses his pace here, because he normally bowls really quickly, doesn't he, in these power plays, and then slows it up in the middle. But he's found a good biting point at that pace so far.
Spun that. The thing is with Parky, I mean, even in red ball cricket, he's very aggressive, wants to spin the ball, bowls the ball hard. He's an attacking spinner.
And he goes for another single there as Lyth clips that one out of the way into the leg side. 20 now without loss, Yorkshire. And a solid start from them. They've seen the blueprint of the way Durham played, and they're going to face a lot of spin here in this second innings as Parkinson, again a little bit slower, and does find some spin. It's tucked away.
Easy start for Milan. He's not played a shot in anger yet, has he?
No, he's
sort of milked it into the gaps. And
he's minding his time, isn't
6 balls his face. He's just got 6 singles.
Well, Lyth's away, isn't he? He's taken the pressure off that start, and Lyth is down the pitch, and he will pick up another single. I think they might be worried about the reverse sweep here. They've got kind of 4 fielders from cover round to backward point to protect that, and there's an easy single available into mid wicket.
You don't mind going for one.
I was going to say, do you think they're happy with going for a single?
Absolutely, yeah. Almost like one's like as good as stop balls sometimes, aren't they?
It's Parkinson in again, and this one's driven to Dorshers at mid off, who'll do the fielding, and he'll pick up another single. I bet Parkinson doesn't like going for singles. I bet he doesn't like going for any runs.
Nah, you're right. He's such a good competitor, isn't he?
He's given it a spin.
Yeah,
he is giving it a spin.
I'm just wondering whether maybe a catching mid wicket or something like that might be worth an option of making them hit against the spin like that there, and that has held in the pitch. And almost an abort mission from Adam Lyth as he just pushes that one to the leg side, and that ends a lovely picket fence of 6 singles in the over.
Probably famous last words, but I agree. I think putting another fielder on the leg side, I think it's a really, really tough shot to get that through the offside. You've got to give yourself room, and I would back the bowler to like I said, alter his length, alter his pace, try it for an over, see how you go.
I think there though, I think from Parky's point of view, he's gone 4 singles, and he's thinking, right,
just get out of the over.
Get out of the over. I think if as soon as you move a fielder across, he gets his line slightly wrong, and it goes through the cover 4, he'd be kicking himself.
I wouldn't have done it that over, but I might do it the next over.
Yeah, you can almost start with that.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing with T20s. You can bowl the same ball, but change your feel with things.
Yeah.
You are second guessing a lot of the time, aren't you? You're trying to just stay one step ahead.
Especially with players of this class at the crease. Adam Lyth on strike now. George Drizzle joins the attack this time, and it is swept out into the leg side. And it's a good effort.
Great effort.
Out in the deep.
Is that Sauter down there?
I'm just having a look as he gets up.
Oh, it's Baz.
That's Delader out there who made a really good effort, and then probably got yorked and maybe got even a little bit too close to the ball, if that's possible. It goes away for a boundary. Good timing again from Adam Lyth, who seems to have targeted this side of the ground with the wind.
With the wind going that way, Baz will be disappointed with that. He's a very good fielder, isn't he? Great athlete.
He got to that quickly.
He was disappointed he didn't actually at least stop it.
Yeah, it's a good strike.
It was a good shot,
He's come a little bit squarer now. And Lyth opens up the offside, but he still goes leg side, and he hits that one. It looks like it's gone all the way for 6. Probably got the length that he wanted there.
Yeah.
He's looking to drive probably over the extra cover, and he got the length to be able to drag that to the leg side.
I
Picks
think
up a 6.34 without loss, Scott.
Yeah, I think Lyth was sort of second guessing what he's going to do there. After sort of bowling the first one a bit slower, I think he's sort of banking on George going a bit faster and a bit shorter, so he's hanging on the back foot there. He was almost waiting for it, wasn't he?
I think he's even pointed there to Ollie Robinson that he was wanting to hit that one through point, and he got a bit straight, but
it was a great shot, because I don't think that was the shot he was intended to play.
No.
Yeah. 34 without loss. Great start now for Yorkshire, and pressure on Drizzle, who bowls that one nice and tidily, and will only go for the single. I've heard that. Sorry, I've said Drizzle and Drizzle. Is there a way to pronounce his name? Do you know? I'm going for Drizzle.
Drizzle.
I mean, Drizzle's a bit posh for the northeast, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean,
Geordie.
Yeah.
I'm going with George.
George. I mean, I don't think he's ever been called Geordie. I think I've called him that a couple of times, and he's
Do you get the look?
He's like, what's Geordie? Why are you?
Well, Geordie Drizzle is in, and it's a slap to cover. And
oh my God!
Catch by the skipper, Alex
Lees.
Lazy.
That's just what Durham needed to turn this.
Lovely catch.
Wow.
Looked great on the telly, that one, Alex Lees.
Honestly, when I saw Leesy diving for that, I did not think that was going to be Alex Lees.
I tell you what, that's a huge wicket. That is massive. A really. I think he's made that look better than what it was. It's a really good catch, Alex Lees, and I'll apologise later if I've got that wrong. But Milan is gone, and that's a big wicket because he's one that could just bat through an entire innings and change his pace at the end.
Yeah, massive. Like we said at the break, didn't we? If we can get one of these two lefties out in the top 6, it's massive. Like.
So there's a new batter out there, and it's a young fella called Root. Joe Root, I believe, is coming into bat now. We've tried to stitch us up on the scoreboard, but there's no mistaking that walk to the crease of Joe Root.
Yeah,
number 66 on his back. The England Test legend. That's probably the greatest way to describe him. I think Harmy described him as the greatest English batter.
Yeah, I agree with that. With Harmy's point early on, he will go down as England's best ever batter. I still argue that Stokes is the best ever cricketer.
You can have that. He's one of your good mates, though, mate. He'd be listening to that.
Yeah, well, look.
I thought the chairman was quite good, to be honest.
He was okay.
yeah, definitely, absolutely. I mean, we've had some very, very top players.
Drizzle round the wicket, and Root chops this one away, but against the spin, but using the square to his advantage, and we'll pick up a couple. And Steve Harmison mentioned Joe Root's playing ability against spin there. That hasn't phased him whatsoever. He's just late cut that one off the stumps.
He got so much time, hasn't he? And interesting as well, when you watch Root play spin, he plays a lot off the back foot.
Yeah.
And you think there, like, that wasn't a short ball, but he's gone back and just sort of pushed it into the offside, hasn't he?
And he's done it again.
Good fielding.
Just that he's got them against everybody in all conditions, hasn't he? You can't sort of look at his career and say, oh, he's kind of struggled against sort of pace in Australia or spin in India.
Yeah,
he's
done
it against
away
everybody.
everywhere.
He's done it against everyone.
He's found a way, whether it's that beautiful
he's a
back
genius
foot
player.
punch, that new reverse kind of lap scoop he hits over the slips.
I don't like
now.
him playing that shot. I'm an old school.
I don't think he needs to. The other
I'm
thing
an old
he's
school
too good at everything else, isn't he?
He's too good of a player. I mean, it looks amazing when he hits it for 6. But
do it to Pat Cummins on like the first morning, the first ball of the second morning of a Test match or something ridiculous like that.
Even when it goes for 6, I still wince at it.
I wonder what Dennis Lilly would have said to him.
I can imagine. Imagine a couple of the words.
We were talking with Harmy last week, and we were saying to Harmy, like, what would you do if someone's hitting you over the keeper's head?
Parkinson in, and Joe Root tucks that away into the leg side. We'll pick up a single. We'll get Harmy's response to that in a minute, 'cause
I
he's
mean,
going to be on after the over. I can
don't
imagine.
think the next ball is getting pitched in his half, is it?
No, you're going to do well to ramp it
or might not bounce.
Yeah.
Might go straight out.
Yeah. You're allowed one flatty, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know what, right? Speaking of Harmy,
We'll come to that after this ball as Parkinson drives that one into leg stump.
I remember as a young kid, and Sunderland have just beaten Newcastle the day before, and I came to training with my Sunderland shirt on, and Harmy bowled at me that day in the nets. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Did you wear it again?
Nah.
That was a mistake, Scott.
Parkinson in, and Root uses his wrists beautifully and tucks that away into the leg side, and we'll pick up another single. 41 for 1 on the board. Halfway through the 5th over.
Harmy and I used to have an agreement between us because he didn't like it when I swung it back into his feet. So we had an agreement, so we didn't bowl at each other in the nets.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, I think
I reckon
I got the best out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've had a career in negotiation ever since.
You've turned to the finance world rather than health and safety back in those days.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think he also realised that if he crippled me, he had a bunch of more overs that he had to bowl instead. So it was, there's a bit of method in the madness.
Joe Root punches this one out into the covers and we'll pick up no run. So 1 ball remaining in the 5th. How are we set up here, gentlemen?
Oh, I think both teams will probably be okay with where they're at right now.
Yeah.
I think Yorkshire have had a decent start, but obviously disappointing losing that wicket. But we're the same. We're probably happy that we've got that wicket. But we're sort of, the game's sort of evenly poised at the moment, I think.
Root just looks like he's just settling himself in nicely here. He scored off pretty much every ball he's faced, I think, and not being flustered at all. It's really important that we bowl it. It sounds harsh, but we bowl at the other batters for a little while.
Yeah. Well, to talk you through the next 5 overs and this game beautifully poised at 43 for 1 will be Stephen Harmison and Gordon Mutchell.
Cheers, Torpy. Yeah, good start by both teams in this power play. 43 for 1 off 5. Yorkshire should be very, very happy, but Durham would be even more happier by getting David Milan. He's the one that holds it all together. So many times you watch, and some people were critical of David Milan throughout his career by, run a ball, this strike rate. That was the big thing that was asked of him. So to get David Milan out early in a good run chase has been very, very good from Durham. Dorsha's back, reverse sweep from Root, just as we talked about it, and first ball gone for 6. That's a fantastic shot by the former England captain. Ben Dorshas comes on, bowls a ball just around about off stump. I don't think anybody bowls a loosener in this form of cricket, but Joe Root has sensed that there's a little bit of width on offer, and he's gone down on one knee and scooped it over the top. Talking about fast bowlers, bowling, getting hit back over the wicketkeeper's head. Yeah, that's an interesting shot, Gordon.
It was an interesting shot, and I think that's the mark of his batting, is he's almost one step ahead all the time. He knows where his gaps are. He saw Dorshas hit the hard length towards the back end of his first over and thought, I'll have a piece of this.
Yeah, and that's another excellent shot from Root. And that's exactly what the game plan is. You know more than me because you were a top batter, Muchie. You try and get the fielder to where you want from a boundary point of view, which you take a risk, and then you make them run around. And that whole episode of 2 balls was Joe Root trying to get third from inside the circle out into the deep, and then he's going to try and that little square cut he's got, the defensive shot that runs down to third, and put pressure on the bowler that way. Clips it into the leg side. 2 is the call from Root. Lyth goes straight away as the ball gets thrown back to Wally Robinson. A little bit off balance out in the deep from Baz Deleder, and Durham get comfortably back for 2. And 50 up for Yorkshire. 5.3 runs gone. 5.3 overs gone in the game so far, and Yorkshire have gone to 50 very, very quickly here.
And again, he just tapped that hard enough so you can get the 2 into that gap. It's easy just to hit that sweeper, isn't it? But
just hit your fielders. And just pace off this time from Dorshas, and David Bedingham not quite alive at mid-wicket. He was in the circle for saving 1, and that's something like Simon Brown was saying earlier. You want to try and put pressure on if you can, and don't want them to get easy rotation of strike, especially in the power play with left and right hand combination.
Yeah, just a little slow ball there. Just noticed at the half-time break there when the ground staff was sweeping the the wicket. There was an awful lot of dust coming off it, so I think as the game goes on, obviously it doesn't change too much in a 2020 game, but I think those slow balls are going to be key for Durham.
Yeah, the ball for David Milan just sat in the pitch this time. But Adam Lyons looking at it on the offside, and he's in a thick inside edge, and it's gone into the leg side. Again, fielders scurrying around inside the 30-metre circle. The two players that are outside the 30-metre circle are George Drizzle is down at third for that reverse scoop, and Baz Delada's out at deep square leg. Everybody else inside the 30-metre circle because it's the power play. It's the last ball of the power play. 10 off the last one so far. 53 for one. Another slower ball clipped through mid-wicket beautifully by Joe Root. He's just waited on it, just that split second. I think it did him in flight first up, and because of the way he sees the ball very, very quickly and picks up length very quickly, he could just hesitate for a second and clip the ball through mid-wicket comfortably. That was a beautiful shot.
Fantastic, great timing, and again hits the gap, doesn't he? He doesn't hit many fielders, that lad.
No, he doesn't. And that's a sign. We talked about Graham Clark and the ridiculous form that Graham Clark's in, the 50s that he's had recently, and talked about it, how he hits fielders inside that power play. You watch somebody like David Bedding, who came in, especially in the last game against the Lightning, and then in this innings so far, he's only 19 off 11 balls, but the gaps have been found the majority of the time that Joe Root's gone from, and so has Adam Lyth, who's going along nicely here at 29 off 17. Yorkshire moved to 57 for one at the end of the sixth. The power play's done. Ben Rain comes on to bowl. Short ball. We'll probably see a lot of slower balls. A little bit like Jordan Thompson. I think it'll take pace off, bowl it into the surface, and because Yorkshire have got left and right hand combination, the lines have got to be spot on as a bowler.
Definitely, and I think obviously Yorkshire just 13 ahead of where Durham were, so I think Ben Rain's going to be key today.
His experience,
yeah.
He's the way he reads the game. He's a very, very good reader of situations, is Ben Rain. This time just fuller of length, no pace on it. It's into the Yorkshire batters. You've got to put the pace on it. And again, Root just quite happy, just hitting fielders, comfortably turning the strike over, and a little bit like Durham did. Make sure they've got wickets in hand for that final onslaught. They know what's to get in front of them. They know where the game is. They know when they're going to have to accelerate the run rate. This minute time, they don't need to. Lyth gives himself some room. And yeah, I think the umpire's got that spot on. I think Neil Pratt got that spot on. It was wide, but Lyth has just backed away towards the leg side, and I think because of that, it looked a lot wider than what it was.
A great experience from Ben Rain again there. So
good take. Good take from Ollie Robinson.
Took that line on.
3 balls gone from Ben Rain. 2 singles off the over. Pace off it again, and like scurrying for the first run. Again, somebody like a little bit like the first innings. The Yorkshire did very, very well in the first half of that innings, where they bowled at their field. A lot of singles, not many twos, definitely not many boundaries. So Yorkshire's first half of the game, the first 10 overs of that was very, very good by the Vikings. Oh, we got an outside edge, and that's it. What a wicket this is for Ben Rain. An inside edge and an excellent catch from Ollie Robinson. Sees the back of Joe Root, and you see by the celebrations from the Durham supporters and the Durham players that is a massive wicket and a massive turning point in this innings. Joe Root's gone for 20 off 13 balls, and Yorkshire are 60 for 2 off 6 overs.
That is a huge wicket, like you spoke in that pre-match talk about the stellar top order. Obviously you've got Milan, who's been the number 1 ranked T20 batsman in the world for a long time, obviously out of the side at the minute, and then to get Joe Root out, who I think rightly so you said is going to be England's best ever batter, is fantastic to see as a Durham supporter.
Yeah, a big wicket, a huge wicket from Durham's point of view. Joe Root looked in, decent touch there. I think England fans would be very, very happy to see Joe Root walk off for the last time, I think, in domestic cricket and get himself ready for the test matches at Lords. Jimmy Anderson's last test match at Lords on the 10th of July. He looks in good touch, and Durham will be very, very happy to see the bat of him. New batter in is Will Luxton, a fine young player, coming in for Shan Masood. Remember, Shan Masood got hit on the head yesterday playing against Lancashire Lightning. There was a concussion substitute. He was definitely run out, by the way, in my opinion. But Shan Masood, Yorkshire captain, misses out, and Will Luxton gets his chance. On the money straight away from Ben Rain. Good bit of fielding there at backward point by Graham Clark, and an excellent over finishes for Durham. The first over after the power play has gone for 3. Ben Rain bowls 1 over 1 for 3, 60 for 2 off 7 overs, and I think Durham definitely are the happier team right now. We look at the Yorkshire dugout, and I think from Durham's point of view, to have the back of Milan and Root inside the first 7 overs, I think is something that Durham will be very, very pleased about.
Definitely, and I think it's important that we try and squeeze this new batter. Obviously, some big boots to fill. If we can just get a little bit tighter in that ring against him and keep him quiet, dot balls, just add that pressure. As you say, if we can get 2 or 3 wickets now, as Durham bring on their trump ball as well.
Yeah, Nathan Southworth comes into the attack. He's only got 6 wickets in the blast so far, but I think he's bowled better than that. I really do. I think he's been Durham's best bowler, especially the ones I've seen at home. Again, bowls a little bit wider. He has got a very good wrong-un. A little bit wider to Adam Lyth, and I think what Simon Brown was saying a little bit earlier, talking about Joe Root, trying to keep him off strike and bowl at the other batter, I think that is definitely what needs to happen now for Durham with Adam Lyth. Can they starve him from strike? Can they get him frustrated? Can they bowl at the new batter, and can they keep him down at the striker's end? Third, extra cover, mid-wicket and fine leg, all inside the circle, all in that little bit closer, trying to keep the pressure on and stop the single. Ball's just gone down leg side and it's been given a wide. Neil Melander had to think about that there. I think he was sure whether it got a little tickle off the pad, but another good take from Ollie Robinson down leg side. As we have with the left and right hand combination. Again, South a bit fuller this time. Didn't look as though there was much turn there. Seems to try. The beauty for me about Nathan South, he keeps the stumps in play all the time. He's always asking questions on the stumps. And this one's gone down the leg side, and that there is, that's, you'd not be happy with that. That's given wide. I thought it clipped the pad as it was going by. And
I'm not sure if it was a googly, you just got it wrong.
And got it wrong.
Robinson didn't pick it.
I mean, giving him the commentator's curse, saying he keeps the stumps in play, and he's now bowled 2 wides and 3 balls. Releasing the pressure, that's something that Durham didn't really need. 7 off 2 balls after getting the back of Joe Root. A short ball this time, pulled away into the leg side. A big chase for the 2 fielders out in the deep. A little bit of a chuckle brother leaving it to each other. But fortunately, one's managed to stop it, and I think Baz Delada's managed to throw it in. Short ball from Nathan Souter. Well played from Will Luxton. Just a little bit shorter, a little bit flatter from Souter, and another wrong-un.
Yeah, it just seemed to go underground a little bit, that one.
It didn't bounce as much, did it? A big, huge puff of dust when the ball pitched.
It's a good Lyth now would be handy.
Quick single, scampering for a single. Souter, I'm not sure if he picked it up. He had the body angle to turn and get a throw in, and another quick single from Adam Lyth. And it's important now that he shows his experience from Yorkshire's point of view, and just sees this little patch of Durham's spin bowling pressure, and just sees Yorkshire through into the leg side. Durham quite happy to have the man on the circle. I'm not sure Will Luxton realised he was on the circle there. No run for it. End of Nathan Souter's first over. 0 for 11 off his first over.
8 overs have gone. Yorkshire are 71 for 2. Still 100 runs behind. Run rate is creeping up. Nearly 9 and over. 8.9 runs per over off the last 8. It's a key 10-15 minutes here, isn't it, Gordon Mutchell? Parkinson is going to come back on, probably Durham's best spin bowler. And Lyth is, I think is he going to be caught in between two minds to either keep knocking it around, or does he, try and have a go at Callum Parkinson with the ball turning into him? He's gone for the sweep shot first ball. He's played it very, very well, and he's got it behind square. That's a fantastic shot from Adam Lyth.
High class, read the situation well. Just outside off stump, managed to get that one behind square, which is good. He's
great wrist.
Slightly open bat face, hasn't he, when he plays, and he manages to get into some awkward areas. He's been a fantastic player for a long time, Adam Lyth.
He has, yeah. I thought he was unlucky with England. It was a great flick of the wrist there. And he's now just played it into the leg side and reading the situation nicely. Boundary off the first ball. Just try and turn it over. Will Luxton coming in, 3 off 5 balls, and Adam Lyth will be encouraging him just to rotate the strike and put the ball back into the gap and get Lyth back on strike and try and put Parkinson under pressure. 0 for 16 off his 2.2 so far.
Mid-wicket next to cover, still squeezing. I like to see that.
Which is good. Good shot down the ground. Very high hopes for Will Luxton. He's a quality young player. One or two very, very good young players. Phil Bean, who has done really well in the red ball format. And this time, Lyth gets one a little bit. It was a little bit flatter and a little bit faster from Callum Parkinson. And Adam Lyth just leans on it and gets it into the gap for 2. Yep. Phil Bean, very, very good. George Hill in this game. Matt Revis, who was left out of this game. Yorkshire have got some, as they always do, produce some very, very good young players. This time a bit shorter from Lyth, and it just sat up. Comfortable pull shot from Adam Lyth. It's been a productive over for Yorkshire.
It's good. Lyth's just getting across his crease there. I like the way Parkinson just took it a bit wider, because he's looking for that leg side option all the time.
Just drag it down though, doesn't he?
And he still managed to get it in there. But a bit of cat and mouse at the minute.
Yeah, it's better. That's better speed from throw at the stumps, but unfortunately for Durham, I've managed to get in. And a good over for Yorkshire. 10 off the over. Run rate of 9. Exactly 9 to win. 90. Is it 90? 90 runs to win?
90 off 11 overs.
90 off 11 overs. Yorkshire 81 for 2. And it's boiling nicely, Gordon Mutchell. It is. It's bubbling along nicely.
It is, and
they're just feeling each other out, aren't they? It's the middle of the contest. They're just diving around the ring a little bit. A little jab here, a little jab there. No real big punches thrown yet. Yorkshire waiting for one of the seamers to come on to throw the sort of kitchen sink on it, and while that's happening, just running the spinners around. Or do you think at some point they're going to have to light the blue touch paper and take a risk against one of Durham's spinners? And here comes George Drizzle. There's the answer. That is a big shot. That's a massive shot. That's all the way for 6. Will Luxton comes down the ground, gets himself set. The middle of the bat, straight into the stand, and a good start of the first ball of the 10th over.
And that is the way to go against the spinners with these boundaries.
Oh, gone again, big and gone for 6 more. Slog sweep this time, a little bit squarer from Luxton. He pulls it into the leg side and he's attacking that mid-wicket boundary very, very nicely. Durham have got 3 fielders on the leg side, on the boundary, and that mid-wicket corner is probably the biggest corner on from a dimensions point of view on the ground, but Will Luxton's not really interested. George Drizzle is turning the ball back into him, and he's not looking at where the fielders are on the boundary. He's going over the top. This time he's gone straight, and that is another fantastic shot from Luxton. Not looking to hit it squarer this time. He's just changed the angle as Drizzle. He's bowling from the round the wicket. And Luxton just plays with a full face of the bat, straight back over the bowler's head. 4 more.
That paper's well and truly lit, Army.
It is. It's yeah. You're waiting for the right man, and here he comes. Yeah, they're not like the blue touch paper. The trumpets are going big time here, and George Drizzle needs to drag this back. He's got 3 balls to go in this over, and that's gone into the leg side. Well, I thought there might have been 2 there. Much you'd have had 2 there. The sun's come. Just struggling to see a little bit here because the sun's come down. It's not in a very nice place.
And that always used to be a nightmare when you're fielding second on a day in a sort of 2020 match. Fielding out here, you can see the hands going up now when that sun's shining just over the top of that pavilion.
It pushes it into the leg side. He's looking to scamper to first very, very quickly. Luxton's having none of it. He's gone 6-4-4. He's got 1 ball left of George Drizzle's 3rd over. 1 for 37 so far off Drizzle's 2.5 overs. Is he going to go again? No, he just clips it into the leg side. And that is a fantastic over for Yorkshire. 19 runs off it. 100 up for Yorkshire at the end of the 10th over. And that, Gordon Mutchell, is an over that Yorkshire, I think, have been waiting for the last 2 or 3 overs, building up for.
Definitely, it was a moving over. I think our little stint's gone towards Yorkshire there. We got rid of Root Army, but the run rate's just upped a little bit. So we're going to pass over to Ashley Thorpe and Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, 71 runs to win off 10 overs. So Yorkshire going at 10 and over at this minute in time. And off that big 19 runs off the over, looking as though pretty easy. Ashley Thorpe.
Right, get off YouTube, Badge. We need a wicket. As Ben Rain comes into the attack and a slower ball, and Will Luxton has just carried on from where he left off and absolutely murdered that over deep mid wicket. And it looked like with the wicket of Joe Root, Durham were back in and probably favourites, and Luxton has come in and thought, no way, I'm in control here, and he's raced on.
He struck the ball beautifully, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he has struck it really well.
To be fair, I played against him a couple of weeks ago in the second team game, and he got 70 odd in a T20 there and smacked it everywhere. He looks a really good talent.
This game moving quickly away from Durham. 106 for 2. Ben Rain takes all the pace off this one, and Luxton pushes out into the offside and will just get a single. Simon Brown, what are we going to do to get a wicket here, mate?
I like the bowling attack that we've got now. I like Rain. I like taking the pace off and mixing it up a little bit. Somebody coming in takes a player coming in and playing like this takes all the pressure off Lyth, who, if we got him out as well, that would have put us right back in the game. But now he doesn't have to play some of the big shots that he did early on. He can just play, a little bit more circumspectly and look to bat through the innings.
Lyth pulls this one away out into the deep. And Graham Clark collects that out in the field.
Yeah, Luxton's took all the pressure off Lythy now, hasn't he? He's just sort of come in and got 30 off 14 ball. It's almost like a bit of a game-changing innings at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, well in control. Really good partnership, and as you said, Luxton has just taken all the pressure off Lyth. When the new batter comes in, sometimes the in batter feels like he's got it up the ante. But Luxton looks well in control and timing the ball beautifully at the moment as he pushes that one down the ground and picks up another single. It's under 109 now for 2.
I just wonder if we need to bring some pace back on.
Yeah.
Do something different.
Just get back on.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of whack the ball in around, sort of waist high, make him play some cross bat shots instead. All of the shots we've seen him playing straight really nicely have been straight bat shots.
Yeah, good point.
Adam Lyth now on strike. Ben Rain round the wicket, and this one's driven down to long on, and at the moment it all looks too easy for the Vikings. That brings up the 50-run partnership where Will Luxton has been the aggressor. He's 31 of that partnership, and it's come up in only 24 balls.
Game-changing partnership, really, isn't it? We need to break it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I agree with Chubby. Get big Ben Dorshers back on, change your pace. We've had Spain or Rainey on for the last sort of 6-7 overs now, haven't we?
Just mix it up now.
Can we get the big man back on for one?
Rain comes in. Oh, I thought he'd beaten the defences there of Luxton, and you can see the Ben Rain's aggression there as he races around and picks one up and throws it at the stumps. Ends the over with another single and 11 from it. 111 now for 2, and Yorkshire cruising towards victory. By the way, did you see Joe Root's first shot when we walked out of the commentary box?
No, I didn't. I went to the food stall and got some food.
Guess what he did?
He didn't scoop, did he?
He reverse scooped Dorshus over third man.
Yeah. Honest, I'm pleased I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Pleased I didn't see it.
Yeah. What do we know?
And looked like he could have hit it anywhere he wanted to as well.
Yeah. He's so
60
good,
required off 54 balls, and rather than go for pace, Nathan Sout is back into the attack, who has been outstanding for Durham over the last couple of years, and we need him more than ever right now as Yorkshire closing in quickly on victory. 60 from 54 required, and Sout
starts with a googly.
Straight at the stumps, as you said there, with a googly. Scott, with your leg spin eyes, be keen to see how he goes.
Yeah, love watching leg spin. It's always a good art, isn't it?
It's great to watch. It's great, such a great skill, such a difficult thing to do as well. Yeah. But I think turning the ball away from the right-hander to see if we can get him to hit it in the air might be... The googly's great in terms of sort of keeping the run rate down, but you've got to try and get the right-hander out.
Yeah, definitely.
Comes over the wicket to Lyth, who got back and cuts that one with good timing out into the deep. And Graham Clark
nicely picked
prevents a second run there. That's
good
excellent
fielding.
work from him out in the deep. 113 for 2. And Yorkshire quite happy just to keep ticking over here, and Durham need to do something here. It's always difficult going for runs, and how can you be proactive and pick up that wicket, but Durham need to risk something here to get back in the game.
Need wickets, don't we?
Sout comes in, and again
yes!
There it is. Well bowled.
And that is what he has done so well over the last couple of years since he's joined us. He attacks the stumps, and he's picked up a huge wicket there of Luxton.
I reckon
and Durham really needed that wicket.
I reckon that was another googly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of looked like it just
was definitely that or a slider
into leg stump, didn't it? But a massive wicket, like you say. That's a huge wicket. That he was playing really well.
And that was an excellent little, probably more than a cameo. That 33 from was it 18 balls. It's an excellent innings that from Will Luxton, who, after losing Joe Root, the pressure was on Yorkshire, and he's transferred that pressure right back onto Durham.
You see the body language of the Durham team when they got Joe Root out.
Yeah,
you see everybody visibly lifted, and then suddenly somebody comes in and plays an innings like that, and really takes the momentum away from you. But now, good game now. Again, mentioned earlier on, got to bowl as many balls as you can at the new batter.
Yeah.
Try and keep them on strike. Make it, if you are going to lose the game, make somebody else win it.
Yeah. New batter is Ferreira. On strike now. 113 for 3. Just a great time for a wicket, that one. Can you just transfer a bit of pressure back onto them?
Yeah. Can we go bang bang now? Get 2.
Yeah.
Get another quick one. Can we get a slip in? I know I've banged on about a slip all night, but
Sout is full,
great
driven.
Fielding.
That is brilliant. And that
Leesy's been on fire.
Yeah. Who is this young man in the covers? He'll love that.
Amazing. That creates pressure, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, wicket in the dot.
Especially
with the ball that probably should have gone for a boundary and would have been if it wasn't for that great bit of fielding.
That's well
Souter again will attack the stumps.
Yeah.
Just get out of the over now.
Yeah.
Wicket. Just the 2 runs off this one so far. And then, as Scott said there, can you go bang bang? Can you pick up another wicket? And maybe even get Lyth out and get 2 new batters at the crease, which is the ideal situation for Durham. As Ferreira chips this one away, and I think he'll pick up a couple out into the leg side as they come back for 2. And that will end the 12th over.
Big wicket.
Over, though.
Big wicket, yeah, well bowled.
Only
really
4
well
off it as well.
Yeah.
Big wicket.
Well bowled.
115 for 3.
See, now I think, Chubby, can you get Dorshus on?
Yeah.
Can you get that bit of extra pace? But now he's not listening to us again. He's gone parky.
Yeah, we need to get that microphone and speaker system checked there.
You know what?
Or it might be the fact he just doesn't care about what you say.
No way in the world Leesy would be listening. If we said to him, Leesy, I think you should do this, he'd do the opposite.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think if the right-hander was still in, I would have definitely liked to see just do something different and bowl differently at him. But fair play, the leg spinner works. That works. So good captaincy.
He likes the big moments as well, Callum Parkinson, and Durham need him now as Lyth. Just content, I think. He'll probably be the one that'll try and stay there right throughout the innings, and they'll play around him. Tucks that away into the leg side and picks up another single. So he moves to 46 from just 31 balls. Ferreira new to the crease, and this is maybe where can you get a slip in place? Can you just transfer a bit of pressure, like I said, back onto Yorkshire? Parkinson won't be happy with Adam Lyth there. Nothing Lyth could do. Stood his ground, absolutely had the right to do so, but allows a single down to long on. He'd love to bowl at the new batsman for a little bit here, Parkinson.
I like this change of field here. They've kept mid-wicket in.
Yeah.
Can we get some dot balls even to Lythy?
And it's forced him to play on the offside, and he has done that. He's cut that away nicely. But it has made him do something different. He's been comfortable knocking that into leg, hasn't he?
Just one, isn't it?
At least there's an element of risk to the shot where previously there's not, is there?
Even here, can we get a mid-wicket from somewhere?
Yeah.
Can you even
bring
move,
somebody in.
Can you move sort of your 45 into mid-wicket and just hold? Yeah, he's pushed him out the way.
Pushed him out the way this time.
All jokes and smiles, but there's only one winner there with Parky and Lythy. Surely Parky just bounces them out the way.
Life might be smiling and joking, but Parkinson wasn't.
No.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, mate. As he fires this one again.
Again.
Pereira tucks this one away. Sorry, Ferreira, not Pereira. Tucks this away into the leg side. And he'll pick up another single. 4 off the over. Just ticking along. Just in a bit of a holding pattern the game at the moment. Yorkshire trying to take this as deep as possible. 52 required now from 43 deliveries. And that man prevents a single. Alex Lees.
Ball again. Yeah, well, ball again. Yeah,
it's a really good over.
Wicket makes it interesting. You get another wicket.
Definitely, definitely.
The only bad thing about that over is that that's the end of Parkinson. He's gone for 25 off his 4 and has been very, very tidy tonight, as he always is. He'd be disappointed that he hasn't picked up a wicket.
He's put his jump one the wrong way
and
around.
He has, That's probably the best he's looked all night.
That's pretty funny. He's just realised he's done that as well. What a numpty. I'm going to give him some stick about that on the bus tomorrow on the way down to Essex.
He's got a great celebration, hasn't he, when he takes the wickets? And I've missed seeing that tonight, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
He's bowled well there. So that's a really good spell.
Very good. And I think a couple of tight overs where it takes it straight up to 7.5 now as well.
Yeah.
You put another wicket on this and another tight over. We're right back in it, aren't we?
Yeah. I remember when 6 and over was a challenge.
Nathan Souter will continue from the Lumley end. And this one is driven with a lot of bottom hand out to long on. Ferreira will pick up another single.
I've not seen Ferreira play much, but he does look like
he's got a reputation of hitting it, hasn't he?
Thump it, doesn't he? That bottom hand looks strong.
Absolutely, as he probably could have quite easily hit that anywhere he wanted to, but the old chokehold on the bottom of the bat whipped that way onto the leg side. You feel that this is where the match hinges for Durham on Adam Lyth, as he tucks that away and way out into a big pocket on the leg side. Michael Jones does really well to stop a second run.
Very good fielding.
Just need to manage to get a couple of dot balls in somehow. Just manage to, even if it's just ball back to the bowler or those two close fielders on the offside maybe.
Could you take one of the points away and maybe put him on the leg side and make him play? Oh, Ferreira's
definitely
got a bottom edge on that one.
I think to Souths, to right-handed, I think he should always have a mid-wicket because he targets the stumps so much.
His natural ball is a wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, he bowls a lot of googlies. As I say, he's hitting the stumps a lot. So for him to get hit through backward point area,
it's a risk.
It's a risk, and he's got it wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, you almost want to keep your mid-wicket in.
And he has the mid-wicket in place for the left-hander. Pretty standard field that we have, and Lyth decides to reverse sweep, but does it beautifully there. And that, if you go for a boundary, you want to make them earn that boundary, and that's a really good shot from Adam Lyth.
Yeah. I mean,
and that brings up a well-deserved 50.
Yeah, he's played really well there.
Yeah,
really well.
Good shot. I mean, that's the risk you have with this field. It does bring in, especially to the left-hander, it brings in that reverse sweep, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So 52 for Adam Lyth off 35 deliveries, and he's played really well tonight, and that was again a lot of control as he put that away. He's identified that Souter's trying to get the ball across him more than into him, and with only one fielder to beat, he's done it beautifully. Souter this time, a leading edge, doesn't quite carry back to the leg spinner. One ball remaining here in the 14th.
To be fair, leg spinner has looked the most threatening.
He's a class act, Souter, and this is tucked away out into the leg side, and we'll pick up another single. So with 6 overs remaining, 36 balls, the Vikings require just 44. But that is increasing a little bit, and there is, it's not a guaranteed total. You would think that probably 9 times out of 10 Yorkshire knock this off, but if Durham can pick up a couple of wickets,
And they can transfer some pressure on. And Ben Rain looks like he's going to come into the attack.
Just about to say, you've got to go back to your experience now, haven't you? There's no point having your best bowler with overs left at the end. You might as well use them now.
Yeah.
Crowd just a little bit subdued here, waiting for something to happen. Probably for Durham, you would have to say. Just waiting for that moment where Durham get back in the game and they can get excited and cheer on these last few overs that Gordon Mutchell and Steve Harmison will take us through to the close after this over. And this is a play and a miss. Tidy work there from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
But a bit of width offered there to Adam Lyth, and with third man up in the circle, he might be a bit disappointed he's missed out there.
Yeah. But yeah, like we get another wicket, like say 44 from 6 overs. Yorkshire are favourites, but you get a wicket. I don't think it's a wicket where a pitch where it's easy to come in and start on.
Unless you're Will Luxton.
Boundaries aren't easy to come by. Either. You've got to play good shots to hit boundaries.
Adam Lyth seems to time that again beautifully, but he's been in for a long time now. And he picks up another single. Takes it to 43 now off 34.
I just fancy Ben to get another wicket, eh?
He tends to make things happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's that sort of cricketer. I like him.
A real talisman for Durham, especially since the departure of Rushworth. And he bowls out full and straight, and Ferreira with that strong bottom hand tucks this out into the leg side.
Good field.
Michael Jones does really well. Again. I think if you'd risked a 2 there, but maybe Yorkshire is saying we don't have to risk a run out at this stage. But Jones has done really well to prevent a second run. A clean pickup on an awkward bounce.
It's just almost taken for granted now that everybody's a really good fielder, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You stand out now in cricket if you can't field.
Very much so.
I mean, everyone now is an athlete. How was that?
The pace taken
out. Yes, Rainey, get in.
And you just had the feeling the longer that appeal went, and the umpire was looking, and the finger went up, and that is a huge wicket for Ben Rain and for Durham.
Jubby, you called it, didn't you? You called it.
I just had a feeling it was. To be honest, it's particularly good for Durham that it's live as well, because then you're making new batters try and win the game. Good bit of bowling again. Take all the pace off it, make him play around it.
Honestly, he's brilliant, isn't he? Like the field he's got set is almost a spinner's field as well, and he takes the ball. He takes that much pace off it.
You almost can't hit the ball behind square, can you? Not with anything on it, which is great. So you're taking a third of the pitch out, really.
Yeah, you're making him play really square and with not much of the bat there, and he's missed that one. And Adam Lyth gets a warm round of applause from this Durham crowd. He goes for 54 LBW to Ben Rain from 40 deliveries.
Yeah, deservedly.
And Durham,
it's good.
Durham have a sniff.
Yeah, honestly, I think we're favourites now, Ash. It's massive call.
You heard it here first.
The people in the studio are laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at you, mate.
I
like the belief.
I'm telling you, it's not an easy wicket to come in and
into the all-rounders. So Jordan Thompson's the new batter. So we have literally, Ferreira's probably more than a wicket-keeper batsman, but he does that job. And you're into the bowling all-rounders now with Jordan Thompson at the crease, who he's a man for the big moments, but usually with the ball.
I like this change of feel as well with when you got mid-off in the circle. Try and create a couple of dots here.
And this one's tucked away down to third man, who was the change in the field. Third man went down. And Parkinson does the fielding there, and Michael Jones now retreats out to the boundary. So we've done our job, lads. We've got a couple of wickets in our
stick. We have.
Not saying anything about the other two, but they haven't been quite on the money tonight. But
I think one of the big things that we might see over these next few overs is as you get into the lower order, there might be fine players and good strikers of the ball, but normally once you start getting down the order, they tend not to be as good manipulators, which is very necessary on this pitch.
Great
to come in and try and strike is hard. That's been a great spell.
Well, that's a great dot from Ben Rain and a really good over. Scotty, any last words, mate?
Well, look, 2 new batters now. Well, when the run rate's gone up to 8 and over. It's 41 from 5. 2 new batters in the crease. Honestly, I think we'll win this game.
There you go.
Stick my neck on the line.
That's
you go.
it.
I like it.
From Scott Borthwick, Simon Brown and myself, we're going to hand over to Gordon Mutchell and Stephen Harmison for the ride home.
Yeah, I like your confidence, Scott Borthwick. A little bit like Gareth Breeze the other day. Give the game up at Lancashire Lightning with, I think, 10 overs, then 12 overs, said they've got no chance. And look how that game finished. I think we would take that as a close finish, and Durham are right back into this game. 8.2 is the required run rate. 5 overs to go. Nathan Souther is the bowler. And another googly that's beautifully bowled and just misses the outside edge of the Jordan Thompson's. Oh, Jordan Thompson's outside edge, and lovely take from Ollie Robinson. Takes the bails off just to keep the umpire at square leg in play. This time gone for the big shot, straight up in the air. Souther goes chasing after it. He's underneath it. What a catch! What a catch! What a fantastic catch that is from Nathan Souther. We've seen something special last week from Paul Coughlin. That there, Gordon Mutchell going over the top of your shoulder and having to run full tilt and then dive and catch it. That is arguably the hardest discipline in fielding to do.
100%. Those ones that go over your shoulder, you've got to turn around, chase after it. He was full speed, full stretch. What a catch. We keep on getting them when we come on commentary here, Harmy.
We do keep on getting them. That was a brilliant catch on Sunday afternoon from Paul Coughlin. That was all about instinct. This, for me, was all about speed and skill. The speed from Nathan Souther to turn at the stumps, realising there's only one person catching this, and that's him himself. He's going to have to make the yards up. He is quick. He's not very tall in height and stature, but he's got quick feet across the ground, and he managed to get a full-length dive in, and you catch them when it's off your own bowling. You make sure you catch them off your own bowling. It's a fantastic bit of work. And again, something that Durham desperately needed. Scott Borthwick talking about 2 new batters at the crease and making sure that you keep the pressure on. Well, the one thing that does keep the pressure on is if you do keep getting 2 new batters at the crease, and George Hill comes out at 130 for 5, needing 8.8 runs and over, 4.4 overs left.
The other thing he had to contend with there was long off was coming at him as well. So you had to think, is it my catch? Isn't it my catch? What a start to the over.
Yeah, good start from George Hill. Another very, very talented young player. Mentioned earlier when Luxton walked to the crease. Luxton, Hill, Revis, Leach, another one who when I was at Yorkshire for that brief time, seen some very, very good, talented young players who were coming through the academy onto the staff, and it's great to see them fulfilling that talent and playing good cricket for Yorkshire. Gone for the big shot down the ground, and there's only one outcome there, and that's 6 straight off the roof of the Ballantynes Fitness Centre. That is a brilliant strike from Pereira. He's got all of that, Muchie, and we might be looking for a new ball.
That's it. I was just obviously on Sunday we were looking at that Duckworth Lewis all the time because the rain was coming in, but it's also a good little sort of point to see where you're at in the game, and we were just beginning to come back towards us, but that blow there's just put Yorkshire back ahead of the raid. And like I say, I like Scotty's optimism, and I think we could do with taking another couple of wickets here, and there's no reason why we can't.
No, there's no reason why they can't. Nice, the game is lovely. It's really, really nicely poised. 137 for 5 is the score. There's 4.2 overs left in the game. Yorkshire need 34 runs to win. It's been an excellent contest so far. I think both first halves of these games, the innings were dominated, I think, by the bowlers, setting themselves up for the grandstand finish. And what Durham have got left, Drizzle's got 1 over left, Dorcius has got 2 overs left, Parkinson's done, Rain's got 3 overs left. 1 over left. Souther is into his last over, so with 4 overs to go, Dorcius looks as though he's going to have to bowl 2. Rain's going to bowl 1, and there's going to be an over there whether Alex Lees can really afford George Drizzle to bowl, or do they have to bowl another? This time a little bit wider. Excellent fielding. The captain has fielded really well tonight. The big man, he's saved probably 8-10 runs himself in the field. He took a very, very good catch at the start of the game to get rid of former England batter, and I say former England batter because I think that is the correct word to say about David Milan. That was a big wicket for Durham. 7 runs Milan got, Root got 20, Lythes got 54, Luxton a very, very well made 33.
And it's a key position when you've got a leg spinner and a left arm spinner, that extra cover region. If you can get a couple of diving stops, build a bit more pressure, and that's what Durham's got to do. Durham's got to find some dot balls from somewhere. It was a big release shot to get that 6 away, so we just need to get a few dots together here and see if we can get another one caught on the boundary.
End of the 16th over, 138 for 5. Souters finishes his 4 overs, 2 for 31. Ben Rain's got 1 over to go. And looking at the bowling figures, Muchie, and there was an anomaly standing straight in front of you there, and that is, can Durham afford to bowl George Drizzle, who's bowled 1 over for 38? He's got 1 over left, or do they bring in the 6th bowler? And the answer is they're going to bring in the 6th bowler, Baz de Leede, fresh from the World Cup, hasn't bowled at all tonight, is going to bowl the 17th over.
Definitely, just speaking to Scotty off air there, he really rates his bowling. Bowls are tight, good pace, good skills.
Good strong shot down the ground. Good start from de Leede, full. Pereira has just hit the fielder, Alex Lees again, getting himself in the way. That's about 4 stops tonight. That was a relatively easy one compared to the ones before, but he's definitely saved a couple of boundaries, and he obviously took that fine catch to get rid of Milan. Pressure trying to be built by Durham, and it's always good to get off to a good start. This time down the wicket, Pereira, Jones and Dorsh's come across it. Good bit of fielding from Jones. Excellent throw, and Yorkshire managed to get back for 2.
Outstanding fielding that. You can tell he's been in the Caribbean the way he
You
just
can,
flicks
yeah.
that ball in. He looks a real athlete again. Had a good little cameo for the boys at the end.
He's a good player, Michael Jones. I really, really rate him. I think he is a fine player. Both white ball, but also red ball. It's nice to see him running around in the field wearing the number 10 shirt. The last person to wear the number 10 shirt wasn't that good in the field. Short ball from de Leede, and it just sits in the pitch. Yorkshire coming back for 2, and this time, Ben Rain managed to get halfway in between, catch it, try to get it. He could pick either end to go at, but unfortunately, actually it was Alex Lees who managed to get himself on the 30-yard circle, get the ball, and sometimes you can use a reeler like that, which gives the fielder a chance to throw it at either end if there's a little bit of hesitation, but unfortunately for the Durham captain, he just dropped it at the final moment.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if that was on target, because I think if he had left it, it would have been quite tight.
De Leede in again. Pereira across the crease. De Leede goes wide, and Pereira's trying to open up that leg side, go into that shorter side. He's looking for the big sort of pull over cow corner or wide-ish mid-wicket. He's practicing the big shot down the ground, across the line.
Yeah. And Lees looks as if he's just coming a bit closer against Hill here. We're going to try and squeeze and get that dot we've talked about to build that pressure.
Good over so far, 5 from 4. Run rate required is 8.4 now. Slower ball from de Leede. A very, very good slower ball from Baz de Leede. A little bit wider, making sure that George Hill had to reach for it just inside the line. Umpire's not happy because de Leede ran right across the pitch. Umpire's getting a little bit, I can't really say what he's getting because he's getting a bit busy, I would say. I think I might have told him where to go if he told me what I'm assuming he's trying to tell Baz de Leede. In. Gone for the reverse sweep. That's a shot. That's a shot. That's a fantastic shot. He's been watching Joe Root. He's got all the way for 6 in an over which had 5 from it. First 5 balls has now gone for 11, and a fantastic reverse sweep. Brilliant shot there from George Hill.
Yeah. Again, just when we thought we're getting back into the game, they keep coming with a little counter punch, and it's coming off for them at the moment.
Sign of the modern game. Muchie players come in from ball 1 and they've got all the shots. They practice them.
Yeah.
Got all the shots that they see and feel. Areas that you're trying to bowl. Understand when the fields are, and the execution is absolutely superb. That reverse scoop, reverse sweep, whatever you want to call it. A very, very productive shot in the modern day game when there's pace on the ball. Dorsh's in for the 18th over. Gone for the Yorker. No full toss.
Good start, the over. Harmy, obviously he's been out the side for a little while. you were a man who used to like getting overs under your belt. How hard will it be for him to come in this? Well, they're all big matches, aren't they? To come in and hit the straps running.
Yeah, I think it'll be difficult. It's a difficult one psychologically as well, because he's an overseas player, probably getting on the plane, coming over here, going, I've got 14 matches, and he's effectively been dropped. And he comes, hits a pitch, he'll just push it into the offside, and he's effectively been dropped for not actually doing anything wrong. He's been dropped because the insufficient runs from the team that had to get Bellingham in. So I think from explanation to him and him to understand, I know the modern day franchise world, this happens a lot, but I think he's probably wanting to come in here, and like we've seen with the bat, he probably wants to show them what he can do and what he's got to offer. And also he's Australian, trying to try and get into international recognition. Flow, full toss, clothed into mid-wicket. I don't think this is going to carry. Oh, he's thrown it at the wrong end. Oh, what a shot! Oh, Nathan Souter, you beauty! Oh, my word. Not only does he run as fast as he can and take a dive and catch, he runs as fast as he can and throws the stumps down from 40 yards. What a bit of fielding that was.
Wow, took it at full stride, picked it up, knocked the stump out of the ground from 40 yards, Harmy. Wow.
Oh, and he nearly ran past the stumps in celebration. I thought Callum Parkinson had a great celebration, but when Nathan Southwood does an exceptional bit of fielding, boy, he's got some pace, he's electric. It's a bit like you, Much, he's got so much energy to burn.
Oh, it was absolutely brilliant. And not just
brilliant bit of fielding.
The whole team there went absolutely berserk. Got around each other. And Breezy said about moments when Coggers took that catch. Could that be the defining moment for this game?
Yeah, I think the catch was the defining moment, and I think that's just the icing on the cake. A brilliant bit of fielding from Nathan Souter. All the spectators, the Durham members, and I think even the Yorkshire members behind where he's fielding underneath the scoreboard, underneath the Ballantyne's gym, giving him a round of applause for an exceptional bit of fielding. Cricket fans are all, no matter who you support, when they see something which is of high quality, there is a level of respect, and that there was definitely high quality. The fielding and the catch might have just swung this game. In comes Dom Bess, he pushes it into leg side. Not sure he's going to be running two, but this time it's gone to Graham Clark. A big wicket for Durham, a huge wicket for Durham. 153 is the score for 6. 18 runs to win from 14 balls. Still there for Yorkshire, but every now and again Durham have just seemed to be taking wickets just at the right time.
Has Rain got one left, sorry, did you say?
Yes, Rain's got one left.
So you'd think it'd be Rain and Dorshus to finish off. Bowled
into the block hole. Very, very good bowling from Dorshus, and this will do his confidence the world of good. Talked about it earlier, the situation, the scenario he's been in, coming over as an overseas player, being left out after 2 games because of Durham having a poor start with the bat in the Vitality T20 Blast, and now Ashton Turner's injury, he's hit the ground running and showing his international quality there into a Yorker. Slower ball. Lees has a shy at the stumps. A good over from Durham. 5 runs from the over. Yorkshire 154 for 6. 17 runs with 2 overs to go. Dorshus has 0 for 31 off his 3. Ben Rain has 1 left. Baz Deleda can bowl if need be. Dorshus has 1 left himself. Drizzle is the other bowler who has overs left in the bank. I'm not sure the Durham captain will go to the off spinner. Imagine it's Rain and Dorshus to finish this game off. Remember, Lancashire needed 21 from 6 in the game on Sunday. Pitch is a little bit different. Ball's just sitting in. Slower you bowl, it seems the harder it is to get the big shot away. Rain coming in. George Hill on strike. 9 from 6. It's a good start to the over for George Hill. I thought it was a good start to the over for Ben Rain. Nelly. Just managed to elevate the... He wasn't looking. It was a good shot from George Hill. He's not looking to hit that powerfully
He knows he's got 2 men inside the circle in front of square on the offside, and all he has to do is guide it over the top. And for me, that was a well-timed shot. Very, very good execution. Full this time. Hill disappointed, really disappointed with himself there.
Fantastic ball. And I think those 2 shots from Hill have shown a lot of composure. The one where he's flipped it over, sort of third man for that 6, and then that one over mid-off there, where he's just set a clean base, knows what he's going to do. He's probably got the ball in the area he thinks it's going to come, and he's executed the shot really well.
Rain composes himself in again. 13 off 10 is the equation. Full. Can't quite get the sweep shot away. Fine leg is inside the circle. Ben Wren, after the first ball, which I didn't think it was too bad of a ball, he got it pretty much where he wanted it.
Again, he's shown his experience, though. He saw that first one, he's back away, hit him over there, and now he's just gone even straighter, and he's given him no room to free them arms.
No room at all, taking pace off it, saying to George Hill, you're going to have to put everything on it. Mid on and mid off have gone obviously out into the boundary. 2 men on the leg side, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg. This time he's gone for pace on, he's gone full. Michael Jones just comes in, a little bit of a fumble, but again, nothing, not too much damage for Durham, but also not too much damage for Yorkshire. After 2 good dot balls, nice to just get the scoreboard ticking again in a single. 12 from 8 is the equation. Dunbess is on strike.
He'd be looking for a big shot, he won't he? Bessie's that sort of personality.
Big shot or try and get Hill back on strike. They're going to have to get it. What do you want off the last over? 8, 9? Be happy with 9 off the last over? If you're Ben Dorshers, Australian international. Pace off again, pulled into the leg side, and that's a great shot. That's a fantastic shot from Dunbess. It's just sat in the pitch for a touch. He's gone all the way back in his creases, Dunbess, and waited for the ball just to sit up, and he's pulled that beautifully in front of square. Excellent shot.
Yeah, I think Rain maybe thought, like I did, he's going to be coming hard here. Just take the pace off.
He's gone deep,
back of a length, and he's gone back and probably got the ball he was asking for as well there.
Yeah, he's gone deep in the crease. 8 from 7 now is the equation. On 6-3 for 6. This crowd of 5,500 here tonight, been royally entertained. And is there a little nick? Not sure there was. There's a big swing from Dunbess. Robinson fumbled it, but the end of the 19th over, Yorkshire 163 for 6, needing 8 off the last over. Ben Wren finishes his very, very impressive 4 overs, 2 for 26. And it is going to be the big Australian Ben Dorshers who's going to bowl the final over of this contest. 8 runs to win. George Hill is 14 off 10 balls. Dunbess is 5 off his 3 balls faced. And not many of, like I said before, an excellent 5,500 inside the Seat Unique Arena tonight have been royally entertained by some excellent cricket.
Yeah, well, Hammy, you wanted 8, he's got 8. Can we bring it home?
It's off the last over. Hill gives himself some room, squirts it into the offside. It's an excellent start from Dorshers. He's gone for the full ball and he's absolutely nailed it. But Hill, not trying to hit it too hard, showed he's been very, very composed, I think, since he's come out here as George Hill, and just eased it into the offside. Fingernails are getting bit. Yeah, nobody's going anywhere. The crowds, quite a lot of them are standing. Anticipation for one possibly big shot, 1 wicket. And that could be the big shot. It's picked into the leg side from Dunbess. It's not going to go to the boundary. Nathan Souter manages to stop that, and Dunbess gets 2. 5 from 4 now. Where's your money, Gordon Mutchell? Are you still back in Durham? Are you still in Durham's corner? Are you?
Yes, the fairy tale comeback for the overseas, so he's going to blast the stumps out this ball, Hammy. There you go.
It's a big wicket. That would be a massive wicket for Durham if that was to happen. Big shot. Best down the ground. Has he got enough? Doesn't look like it. No, he hasn't.
And he's being caught by Nathan Souter out in the deep. That man again. I think it's Souter. No, it's not Souter. It's George Drizzle, who's had a difficult night with the ball, who's judged that to perfection. It looked for all money that George Drizzle was backing off, that it was going to go over his head, and that would have been game over. But possibly a little gust of wind into the wind, and it's managed to drop just short of the boundary, and George Drizzle has took a fine catch there, and that was the wicket you wanted, Gordon Mutchell.
That was not how I wanted it, but we got it. That's all that matters. And like I said, I'm not sure if that went in the lights, but he didn't really seem to pick that up straight away, but he kept his composure and took a really good catch.
Excellent catch, and it brings big Conor McCurr to the crease. Best goes.
And he's on strike now, isn't he? So
yes, he's on strike. The rule in all cricket now has changed. No matter if you cross or not, the person coming in is the man that goes. He's the person that has to take strike. So Ben Dorshus, who has bowled over the wicket for 3.3 overs so far, and looks as though he's just changed his mind. He was going to go around the wicket, but Neil Malander's signalled that he's going to go back over the wicket. Full, straight.
Lazy is on fire.
He's on fire. The captain has had a great night. Not so much with the bat, but he's had a great night in the field. His angles have been perfect. His bowling changes have been spot on, and he's fielded like a demon himself, because he got himself inside the circle, looking to save that single, knowing that George Hill was the man that potentially could win the game if he got on strike. And now with 2 balls to go, 5 runs needed, Conor McCurr looks like he is going to have to be Yorkshire's match winner if they are to get over the line. In comes Dorshus, 2 to go, 5 to win. Another full ball played into the leg side. It's going to be 4 off the last ball, barring anything silly from Ollie Robinson. And this is the game. I once in this position myself, Gordon Mutchell. We needed 4 off the last ball. Jason Gillespie bowling, Durham batting. Gibbo was at the non-strikers end, I think. And he bowled me the absolute perfect Yorker. And I got a little Chinese cut inside edge, and it went for 4.
But you didn't know you'd hit it, did you?
No, I didn't think I'd hit it. I thought I hit the foot hole, so it went for 4. I come off it, I've gone, yes, he's giving me the runs. It was 4 byes. But hey,
I remember that, Harmy.
Take anything bar blows.
Never in doubt.
But here we go. This is the match. 1-6-7 for 7. Dorshus into 4 off the last ball. Hill's gone for the reverse sweep, and he's missed it. Oh, Durham win by 4 runs in a contest which I think has been a brilliant game of cricket. See by the emotion of the players, really are together. Poor start to the Vitality Blast, and in the last 2 games they've beat Yorkshire and Lancashire. And Ben Dorshus needing 8 off the last over. Overseas, who was dropped after the left out after the first 2 games, has shown his real nerve, real quality to hold it at the end, and managed, Gordon Mutchell, to get Durham over the line.
Absolutely. And Scotty got his crystal ball out there and called it very early. I must admit, I was the one who was laughing at him when he called it earlier on, but he got it absolutely spot on. What an absolutely fantastic game of cricket for this crowd. And another 2 points for Durham.
Another 2 points for Durham. Durham win this game by 3 runs, not 4 runs. 3 runs was the victory in a night where, I think, again, to follow up after the Lancashire Lightning victory, it was important that Durham just got another win to stabilise their position in that top 4. They've gone from 6th to 4th now in the log. They've gone over the top of the Yorkshire in the table. And what a brilliant game of cricket we've seen here. Durham got 170 for 6 in their 20 overs. A fantastic 49 from Graham Clark. 33 from Robinson, and a cameo from Deleda and Jones to get Durham to 170 when 150 was probably the score that Durham were looking at. Yorkshire bowled very, very well. And then Lyth came out, a nice 20 from Joe Root. Will Luxton looked as though he just wrestled the initiative away from Durham and give Yorkshire the impetus to come. But George, when you look at it, by the end, Ben Dorshus, 1 for 35 off 4 looks expensive. but defending 8 off the last over. Australian international held his nerve to win Durham 2 points in the Vitality Blast North Group. And we're going to hand over to Andy Sixsmith to dissect what was a brilliant 3-run victory for Durham.
Yeah, thanks, Harmy. Derby day done for Durham. What a nail-biting, tense, nervous but precious win over Derby rivals Yorkshire Viking. And I think we're still recovering here in the Daffy News studio with Scott Borthwick and Gordon Mutchell. I mean, you just both look shell-shocked. But I need to come to you first, Scotty, because at 129 for 4, you turn around on comms and say, Durham a favourite here, and people laughed at you.
You know what? When I said it, I heard the chuckles. Everyone was laughing. But I just had a feeling that we were going to win it. I mean, we bowled amazing the last 4 overs. I thought Leesy got it spot on with his bowling decisions. Really brave with the field placements as well. And yeah, look, I just had a feeling that as soon as we got Lythy out, that was a massive wicket. But yeah, look, amazing win. Like, beating York was class. I mean, you can see the emotions there with the lads. They're jumping around, they're buzzing. And when you win a tight game like that, it's honestly, the lads would be buzzing in there.
We can see the emotions from the players in those celebrations on the pitch. Gordon, how's your heart rate?
Another tight finish. Absolutely brilliant. And as I say, the best thing about playing cricket is getting in that change room, singing that song, possibly having a beverage with your teammates. So, I mean, like you say, brilliant crowd in tonight. Fantastic game of cricket. It swung backwards. Well, it didn't really swing backwards and forwards. Yorkshire were ahead of the game right until the end there. So it was brilliant. Really good.
Because they got off to a flyer as well, did Yorkshire? And you're thinking at the end of a power play, it's probably not going to be our night. And then 2 huge wickets fell. I mean, Joe Root, to get Joe, and obviously both of them fell to Ben Red, with Joe Root and Adam Lyth. I mean, to first of all get Joe Root on 20, that must have been just a big momentum turner for the team.
Yeah, it was, and Rainey was amazing again. 2 wickets, 2 massive wickets, like you say, with Lyth and Root. But we think, you get Root out, and then that young lad Luxton came out, played amazing, didn't he? And it was almost like a game sort of changing innings, wasn't it? He came, got 30 odd in a quick time, and so you get that wicket, then we feel like we're back on top again. Then there's a couple of boundaries, so it did sort of go both ways, but incredible win. The lads would be buzzing with it, honestly.
It's never easy at the seat Unique Riverside, is it? We talk about Ben Rain and a fantastic contribution from him, but we have to talk Nathan Souter, don't we? I mean, I think it was Harmy on comms, and he was talking through the difficulty of that catch off Jordan Thompson over his shoulder, running away from the wicket. I mean, just talk us through that, God. Talk us through the difficulty of catching a ball like that.
Well, like we said, we had Coggers last week, and then that one this week. And it is, as soon as you've got to turn, and I know everyone keeps talking about the size of my head, when you've got to turn that
at least it's you this time, mate.
It's harder for me, but so, no, to get going, full speed, full length dive with mid-off running at him. Absolutely fantastic. And I mean, the celebration from the lads as well to get around him, and that run out later on, again, picks the ball up, full speed, fires the stumps down from 50 yards. We talk about game-changing moments, and there was 2 real big moments there.
But I think when you've bowled it as well, and then you've got to turn and run back, it's even harder. It's hard enough just doing that anyway, just running behind and trying to catch it. But when you've bowled it and then you've got to set off, honestly, it was so much skill involved in that. It was an amazing catch.
We talk about the catch, and Gordon, you said about the run out as well. Not just the speed, it's the angle with which he throws down the stumps, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. And I think you've got to want to do it. You know, you hear Jonty Rhodes speak about wanting the ball every time, and as soon as that ball's at him, he's off, picks it up, and that's the difference. Being able to read the game, getting off that line, that 1 or 2 steps that you get in before the people, you know, like Daydream or whatever. That's the difference between the top level, isn't it? And he's had 2 really good moments there.
100%. We haven't mentioned Leesy's catch as well. We forgot about that. I mean, early on, that's the best I've ever seen Leesy move.
He's brilliant in the field all the way through.
He got every decision he made. He got spot on his bowling changes, the wicket in that over, and he fielded amazing. But that catch, we couldn't quite see how far he dived for it. But I mean, when Leesy dives, it's amazing. Because honestly, come Sunday for the 4-day game, he'll want to get to third man, fine leg. He'll be deep square leg. He'll be like, right, where can I get out the way? But that catch was amazing.
It was sensational tonight in the field. I mean, in fairness, all of the Durham team were fantastic in the field. It's interesting after that, Nathan Souter run out as well. I don't know where the better celebrations were, whether they were here in the Daffy News studio, in the commentary booth, whether it was Parkinson. I mean, Callum Parkinson did a better celebration than Nathan Souter, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. He loves, and it's good. Everyone loving each other's success. There's no one wanting anyone as if you would. That's why this club is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, that's 11 blokes fighting tooth and nail for each other out there in a game that looked as if it was going the wrong way, and they managed to come together and get a win.
And it was obviously, you know, it was so close against Lancashire as well, but then for it to come down to that final owner, Ben Dorsher steps up, didn't necessarily smack over stumps everywhere, but, you know, there was some tremendous bowling at the death there, wasn't there?
100%, and I think, obviously, no one wants anyone to get injured, but sometimes these things happen.
Yeah.
And I think, just looking at the game last time, I thought, well, maybe he's just short of a death bowler, and he's come in there and got us over the line, so that was absolutely fantastic. I'm so pleased for him, because obviously it's not easy coming over, coming in the side and getting out, so that was really good.
Well, for anyone like watching this who maybe isn't into their cricket necessarily, they just got caught up in the drama, how difficult is it to bowl a final death over like that?
It's not nice. I mean, I've done it a couple of times. You don't normally get asked to do it as a spin bowler, but it's you so many thoughts run into your head. It's like, what if you get it wrong? What if he hits me for 6? Blah blah blah. It's hard, but to keep focused and clear-minded, I think that's the most important thing. You've got to be really clear-minded with what you're trying to do, with your field placings, and look, it's amazing because, like I say, he's been out of the side, to come back into the side and to do what he did tonight, it's amazing.
Yeah, good on you, Ben. And it rounded off with a dot ball as well. Then we saw more celebrations, obviously. You know, it was great to see that one, Nick Gordon, right at the end, because there were some tremendous celebrations that we were watching on the screen and obviously live out on the pitch.
Well, that was it. Callum Thorpe came in and joined us for the end there. He was high-fiving and jumping around the box. No, absolutely fantastic. And, you know, these little wins, it's a bit of a shame that the championship games are coming around now. We're on a little bit of a roll. But no, fantastic. Sits us in the table pretty well now.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not entirely sure where it is, but we'll be sort of in the playoff position. So, no, really good, and a bit of momentum for Scotty to take into that 4-day game.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you said, the North Group's shaping up very, very nicely. We're into the qualifying spots in fourth, looking very, very good. But what does this momentum, it's that word, that horrible word being used again, but what do wins against Lancashire and against the old rivals Yorkshire do for momentum mentally as well for the lads?
It's massive. I think even more so when you win it when it's so tight. I think like it feels like it means more. You get in the dressing room tonight now and you're like, God, that was class because it was so tight. We've held our nerve. We've shown our skill and we've done it like last at the death. And look, we'll get on that bus tomorrow at Essex, and we were talking about this tonight. And it'll have that buzz, you know. It'll be exciting. And we get to Essex on Sunday morning, and it's that momentum that you said. It's the cricket season is based on momentum. It's you play a lot of games of cricket. You spend a lot of time with each other, and when you're winning and when you're winning well, it breeds energy. It breeds confidence. So let's say that bus journey tomorrow, we'll be a bit happier.
And how do you reckon, just Gordon, final word from you, how do you reckon it is shaping up? I mean, the North Group looks like an absolute cracker to watch now, doesn't it?
Well, that's it. Everyone's beating everybody, isn't it? Lancashire have obviously had a little bit of a stumbling block after running away with it at the start. So, you know, things happen quick in 2020 cricket, so hopefully we're peaking at the right time. We started a little bit slowly, but we're getting there now.
Happy days. Well, listen, lads, thank you very much. Scott Borthwick, Gordon Mitchell, of course. Thank you very, very much to all of the commentary team as well, to Ash Thorpe, to Steve Harmison, and to Simon Brown as well. But we said it at the start, didn't we? Here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. We talked about Durham against Yorkshire. We talked about crowds expecting, atmosphere building, drama unfolding. It's safe to say Durham against Yorkshire delivered, because it's Derby Day delight for the D's of Durham. From all of us here on Durham Live, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.